always say this, that all Bahrainis have pearl diving in their blood. Mainly all the families that moved from the Arabian Gulf or from Iran's coast or Iraq's coast and came to Bahrain to live here were divers. So it was the best place to come work as a diver. So a lot of the families here will always have someone in their family that is either a pearl diver or someone who helped in the pearl diving industry. Bahrain has always been the pearl hub in this region, mainly because it's one of the most shallowest areas. It's an island. Most of the people who resided here were working in the pearl diving industries. Most of our traditions will have to do with the pearl diving industry. For instance, the pearl diving singer, the folk of the pearl diving, this has been passed down for generations. We still sing the same songs. It was mainly done to create morale on the boat.
البحرين مشهورة بصناعة جوا البيت، كانوا يستخدمون حق الغوص حسب المنتنس، يعني إذا أنت تصينها.
On Thursday, as investors worried about the impact of Trump's evolving tariff policy on global economic growth and oil demand, Trump has expressed frustration with Russian President Vladimir Putin due to the lack of progress on peace with Ukraine and Russia's intensifying bombardment on Ukrainian cities. And Canada will face a 35% tariff on exports to the United States starting August 1st, U.S. President Donald Trump has said on Thursday in a letter to Prime Minister Mark Carney. It was the latest of more than 20 such letters issued by Trump since Monday as he continues to pursue his trade war threats against dozens of economies. Canada and the U.S. have been locked in trade negotiations in hopes of reaching a deal by July 21st, but the latest threats appear to have shifted that deadline. Both Canada and Mexico are trying to find ways to satisfy Trump so that the free trade deal uniting the three countries, known as USMCA, can be put back on track. And still on the foreign scene, a court in Vietnam has on Friday jailed 30 people, including several former senior officials, over a graft that cost the state $45 million, with one former official convicted of taking suitcases stuffed with cash bribes. The communist nation's crackdown on corruption in recent years has seen 2 presidents and 3 deputy prime ministers deposed and top business leaders taken down. On Friday, state media said a Hanoi court announced verdicts for 30 former officials and 11 business people charged with bribery, abuse of power, and violating bidding and contracting laws. And finally, on sports, Chiwendu Ihezuo's late strike has sealed a second consecutive win for the Super Falcons at the ongoing Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. With the win, the Falcons now have 6 points, which guarantees the team a place in the quarterfinals of the tournament. Coach Justin Madugu struck with the same starting 11 against Tunisia, but after a difficult first half with no breakthrough, he introduced Esther Okoronkwo and Chiwendu Ihezuo to inject fresh energy. The substitutions eventually paid off as the Mars' resistance was broken late in the game. And still on sports, Real Madrid have suffered a double injury blow as they exited the Club World Cup. Recall that the Los Blancos were eliminated from the Club World Cup at the hands of Paris Saint-Germain. Goals from Fabian Ruiz, Ousmane Dembele, and Gonçalo Ramos gave the Persians a 4-0 win against Xabi Alonso's side. However, according to reports, Endrick has recently suffered a relapse of the muscle injury he sustained in May. The Brazilian forward is now expected to be sidelined for weeks. And that wraps up our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for joining us. I am Joy Uchejim. See you next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié intégrer les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, charter house located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, with some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria. The properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, it no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, beautiful people, wherever you are watching us from. You are welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me on The Conversation Comrade Alhaji Razak Kolade Olukova, popularly called RKO. Comrade Olukova, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes, The Conversation, like we all know, is a topical issues program that look at happenings in Nigeria and in diaspora. Top of the bill today. Just last week, Thursday to be precise, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria signed into bill the new tax law. You remember that there were 4 tax reform bills before the National Assembly, and the National Assembly passed the bill and awaited the presidential assent. And just last week, Mr. President gave his assent to the bill. It has become a talking point in the polity today, because the bill has become the game changer even the organized private sector and all segments of the Nigerian society are commending Mr. President, because one of the drawbacks of our old tax system in Nigeria is that people have always complained that it is outdated, and one of the greatest complaints from the business community is the multiplicity of taxes. You know, the federal will tax you on the same taxation platform, the states and as well as the local government. But under this new tax law, you have a tax law that makes exemptions for the basic necessities affecting the common man. That, you know, things like food, medicine, you know, will not be tax free. And you also look at the exemptions to low income earners. If you are earning below 1 million naira per annum, you know, you are exempt. You are given a tax free rent of about 200,000 naira. And if you are a business, a small scale industrialist, you also have, if your annual turnover is less than 50 million naira, you are also exempted from the tax net. So the new tax law is one that is people focused. It's about taking from the rich and giving to the poor. The consumers of luxury items, you know, they now have to pay more, and that is to tell you, like we were taught in our secondary school days, that a vibrant tax law must be progressive. That the more you earn, the more tax. But you know, if you earn little, you should be taxed less. And the essence of taxation in any society is to redistribute wealth, is to limit,
and bring about development.
Yes, is to limit the inequality.
And any developed entity is a taxing entity.
Absolutely.
If you look at all the countries of the world, I will say an example of what we call developed. You look at how the sweat of the people has actually developed their nation. It's not when you take part in a particular venture, that's when you say you are developing your nation. It's your commitment to paying your taxes. It's one of the major things. And you know, what the president is doing shows you clearly that he's someone that understands the terrain.
Very well.
He's going to do more. In fact, a time will come, and that is why we don't want him to look back, where certain taxes will no longer be within the purview of the federal government again. We are coming to that.
Yes.
We are coming to a point where resources of each country will only be taxed by federal government. It's going to be in the control of the state. All you are doing now is tax run. So that states who are so familiar with getting money from Abuja should brace up.
Yeah.
That's the direction we are going.
Yes, absolutely.
The more work you do, the more money
you get, yes.
And you know, for people who earn little, like you have said, this is a two-way thing for you. If you aspire to be big, you must be willing to pay more. What the only institution that we'll have to advise that, as the name is changing, attitude of the taxing institution must also change. It is too cumbersome to pay tax in Nigeria. Yesterday, I paid 352,000 naira education tax, and police this fund, police fund. Yes. And before I got to that point, we've been on it for 2 months. To pay tax, you know, you go in, they will ask you to come back.
The bottlenecks.
You have to simplify it.
Okay.
25% of people who don't pay tax today, it's not because they don't want to pay tax, but because nobody has gone to them to ask for tax. They walk up to FRSC and they pay frustrated. So they left. And because you don't need any document anywhere as a requirement before you get it. So they live their own. They live their life. They live until now that when you mention your company's name in anywhere, there's a platform for the person to check. Maybe you want to apply in embassy. The embassy will see whether your company is active with FIRS. That's when people now start paying tax. So they need to simplify
the tax.
Yes, payment. It is very, very important. Another thing is that the federal government must also not leave explanation to me and you and a few other people doing this explanation alone. A lot of people ask me, explain this thing to people. The government need to do more in terms of explaining your policy to Nigerians.
In fact,
it's a beautiful thing that the president has done.
In fact,
the beauty of it is missing. When it's only me that can explain in English that.
Yes. And Comrade Lokoba, you know, the beauty of it is that the ease of doing business.
Yes.
That has been the focus of previous governments, and
yes,
they've not been able to. Now, this present administration has simplified it. And like I said earlier on, the essential items such as food, education, healthcare, public transport, residential rent, and exports are zero rated to ease inflationary pressure. Then you also look at the value-added tax, system. It remains 7.5%.
Yes, that's for certain people who have made it.
No, the value, and what the government has done is that, if you remember, when Mr. President sent the bill to the National Assembly, the response from some quarters were very laughable.
Yes, yes.
Somebody said, we don't even want to read it, just let Mr. President withdraw it. And Mr. President said, look, this is the essence of democracy. Whatever anybody has in his mind or idea, you throw it for public debate.
Yes.
And that is how the society move forward. For example, the value-added tax is one that has changed the percentage of the sharing ratio.
Yes.
Now it is 30% proceeds based on consumption. I think before that consumption was about maybe 10 or 20%.
Yes.
So it means if people consume more in your community, in your state, and you generate maybe 1 billion, you can be rest assured that you get 30%
of that money back to your state.
So that
answers a lot of people that are saying that farm products are not taxed. But when it becomes finished product, you'll be taxed.
It depends on the type of finished product it becomes.
It is wrong. When I say, see, you are going to have tax return because they tax you. It's from your money, the tax that they will return back to you to do your road.
Yes.
States where it has not become finished product. That's the problem. That's one. Two, those things that you say they are not taxing, start growing it in your own region too.
Yeah.
If it is cow that are not taxing,
make it cheaper.
Make cow, you to start having cow in your. If it is whatever.
If it is CNG plants.
Nobody stops you from having it too. So it's either here nor there. And when you say governance, this is governance. As time goes on, we understand our peculiarities. This taxing model is peculiar only to Nigeria.
In fact, it has been receiving
applause and it's going to work because of our peculiar nature. Our peculiar nature is what informed this kind of taxing system. And in the rest of the world, they are not getting salary. It's wages that they are getting. It's hourly basis that they get paid. So on that hourly basis, the moment you get your money, you are taxed immediately. So here is a salary system. So your salary system indicates that if you escape from paying, if you are not a salary earner, if you escape it and you have your profit that you are making from your business, you can't escape that one too. So it is designed to fit in for us. And that shows you that the person at the end of affair is an accountant.
And Comrade Lokoba, also the small scale businesses, you can see that now they have the tax relief.
Yes, tax relief.
That if
almost a tax holiday.
Yes, they have tax holiday. And also the tax law has also established a uniform rule for tax collection. Now you won't see a situation whereby federal will collect, state will collect. It's only one body that will collect the taxes and share appropriately between the receiving.
That may be a problem.
Why do you think it will be a problem?
Because before now it was unified like this.
No, it wasn't.
No, in the past it was unified.
No, they didn't stick to it. Now
before they break it down, that custom will start collecting,
but now the custom will no longer collect.
But the problem at that time was because the bureaucracy of each person having access to his own fund. Then one platform, all of us might be wanting to pay into one platform. So, but let's see how it goes, because then computer
I know, and
certain assets
even
were not
the
available.
minister.
But let's see how it goes. But let's prepare our mind that this model is a temporary model. The permanent model should be a situation where it should be the component part of a country that should be involved in the taxing system. Then the federal government will then also now tax those states, because if you say you have a singular body, which is strange.
How is it strange?
Which is strange because there are things that it is within the purview of the state.
No,
for instance, your resources in your own state.
Yes.
Is your resources.
But on that law, there are some resources in your state that are on the exclusive list.
It is not whole.
Pardon?
It is not the whole resources.
Okay, yes.
It is certain type of resources in your state.
Yes.
We are not saying that there should be no go area. That's what we are. That's our position. There should be no go area to certain things. That's what gives state the liberty to attain that development. And that's what makes some states more lazy. This tax is actually to ignite some states to start working.
Yes, I agree.
That's why I say it's temporary. So once you see the money other states are earning, you will wake up. That's when you will now call for that government that, see you, I have so thing at my backyard, and it's the only thing I have.
But
can we begin to discuss it? So it's a continuous thing. The restructuring we are talking about is not something you do at a time. It's a gradual process, which is where I'm going. That it's a gradual process like this. So as it comes, you sort it out. As it comes, this is going to take us to the next level. But you can't go to the next level immediately. So
you have to pass through
this process.
Yeah, okay.
And like you have said, the law, in fact, it's one of the policy of the government that has getting the highest applaud since he became the president.
In fact, I've not seen any opposition to it, Mr.
Except the accountant, who have a way of misdirecting you with profit and loss and depression and things like that. It's a good thing, and we commend the government to do more explanation to Nigeria, so that it won't be me and you, the elite, that will understand the advantage in it.
The man at the bus stop also deserves
also understand.
Understand to say, okay, this. Yes, I agree absolutely. This is one of the high points of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration.
Yes.
And we also remember that this was one of his manifesto when he was coming. He promised, to reform our tax system.
They try to redefine it.
Yes.
They say there are more taxes, and they define. They say, "I'm going to tax." That's what he meant.
That's not what
this is what he meant.
That's what he meant. Well, you are very correct, Comrade Lokova. Thank you very much for your submission. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our take on the new tax law in Nigeria. The law has been receiving applause from across all strata of the society, and we only hope that when that law will take effect come January 2026, because there is a 6 months window, to clear the backlogs, to allow for a clean slate for the law to come into effect. That's how it is done in any society. Well, that is where we want to end this discussion on the new tax law. We'll go on the new tax law. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nesine Kujumi, and I say with me in the studio, Comrade Alhaji Razak Oladele Okoba, popularly called RQ. Thank you, Comrade Okoba, for being with us.
Thank you very much. Good day.
Yes, we want to quickly look at the Rivers State political crisis. From the feelers we are getting, it's like there's light at the end of the tunnel. We saw the suspended governor of Rivers State, Mr. Similaye Fubara, with his erstwhile or with his predecessor and his political godfather, the minister of the FCT, with Mr. President, where it was, and even the speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly and some members, where it seemed all the gray areas, that brought about those crises are being resolved, and the minister, I watched the video, and the minister said everybody is now on the same page. because what caused the whole brouhaha before was because, you know, the governor went out of his way to behave like a despot, like the Supreme Court described him. And in order to avert, you know, breakdown of law and order, Mr. President, in line with his constitutional powers, under Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, wielded the big stick, you know, in declaring a state of emergency and suspending democratic institutions. But as it seems today, and we have discussed this issue severally. On the conversation, and we made it clear to anybody who cared to listen that the route that the suspended governor was treading was a very dangerous one for our democracy. And we have heard him himself come out to thank even Mr. President for declaring that state of emergency. It was like the man has become a born again. Maybe the man looked at his actions and felt that, it's like I was behaving like somebody who was possessed. But now, I can see the light.
He has had time to reflect.
Yes.
But you see, be that as it may, you see, when you are coming to office, elected or by appointment, you must allow yourself to be screwed in certain level of governance, particularly political wisdom. You see, looking at Fashola, I knew before he became the governor. When he became the governor, I saw a new attitude in him, and that is political wisdom. He will have behaved in his natural person of a strong tower. The same thing Governor Sanwo-Olu, when people say that Governor Sanwo-Olu is lily-livered, and I laugh, I've known him for 20 years. But the moment he became governor, political wisdom indicates that there are certain things that you should be doing as a governor. And it paid off for him. He's a governor today. Fashola has been there for 8 years. Was there for 8 years.
He's almost...
But placed side by side with Ambody, that is the picture I want Fubara to always see in his mind. That if you are coming to an office, there are certain things you can do as ordinary man. The moment you become the governor, no matter how... The
moment you are handed position of leadership,
no matter how people say, this is not you. You say, yeah, that was me. But today, this is me today. And I hope you will allow this truth to stay. He said, the president, in one of the versions of interview, said it was the president that instructed him that he should abide by all the laid down agreement and he should accept whatever Wiki has said. You see, I saw all those things you were saying as someone who is still yet happy with this truth. I read what he also said, that you're afraid of that he's now become a changed person. But I still saying in a body language of someone, if he had the opportunity, he may fight again. And that will not be too good for him. Because, you see, 4 months now, or 3 months, it's gone.
4 months since March.
But it's going to account for 4 years, so.
Yes.
After power.
Yes, now.
And it's going to account for what he did to the parliament. He likes it or not.
Posterity has recorded that.
Has recorded that.
Yes.
These 2 years is an opportunity for him to redeem his image. He's going to come back July or next month, or when it's going to come out. That 1 year
we don't know when the Mr. President will leave.
A window period for him to be able to redeem his image, so that people will know that, okay, it was difficult for him to understand him then. Now he has explained his part to us now. Now we now know who he is. And that's the direction you should be thinking. Whoever that is saying that should go back to the old attitude, it's actually not your friend. You should know that River is a component part of Nigeria. And the state I come from cannot put up an attitude that would derail the unity of Nigeria as someone from my own state. The same thing Rivers. Rivers is not a state that exists in isolation. Anything you want to do, you must factor the fact that you are a component part of a nation. To such an extent that you must know clearly that how the day was going. Amechi fought him. Amechi left.
Wike fought him.
You can't be using that as a template for you to survive as a government, that the moment I come on board, the next achievement.
I will have a running battle with my predecessor.
And that's his problem. That's the beginning of it. So distance yourself from that trajectory. Distinguish yourself. River State is too complex to be left in the hand of just one man. Fashola did well. He said, Tinubu said, see, leave politics for me. He did well. He became a yardstick to measure good governance. And today, someone, because he had time to focus on government. Look at his 6 years. There's like 20 years of some other governor. No distraction with political issues.
There's no
So, if that is the picture that is coming to you about Rivers, so then accept it. But you know, I didn't know that it was the same man that Wike was doing all short of him when he was the governor, and to shield. So it's strange to me to now see you and say that there were no agreement. The agreement we had was this, was that. You can't be the only person presiding over a state like Rivers. Rivers is too technical when it comes to governance. Rivers is too complex to be left with you alone to govern. And if you look at Rivers 20 years ago and look at Rivers today,
it's not the same.
It's not the same. So your aim is, what will I also do to make Rivers
to leave a mark?
Yes.
Well, I thank you very much, Komilo Koba. I agree absolutely with you. I've seen footages of the governor making, even when he was addressing his supporters. I believe strongly that the days ahead will be very interesting. I'm not too comfortable with the utterances of the governor. Everyone, even though he seemed to be preaching peace, but it's like it's a forced, peace on him. I wouldn't know what transpired, but Governor Fubara still needs a lot of lessons in leadership.
Yes.
A leader talks less.
Yes, and act more.
Yes, and act more. A leader must not speak, and people can read your intentions from your utterances. A leader, speaks less, and that is the hallmark of a good leader. Well, we wait to see, but we just hope that, just like we said when the crisis started in 2023, that the history books will remember Fubara as the elected governor. So if the state boils, it will be written against his name. Absolutely. And if there is peace in the state, just like the Yoruba say, Ọba tó jẹ tìlú dàrú, orúkọ ò ní parẹ́. Èyí tó dẹ̀ jẹ náà tìlú tòrò, orúkọ ò ní parẹ́. So for our non-Yoruba viewers who cannot understand, a king who rules and there is war, posterity will not forget him. And the one who rules and there is prosperity, he has also written his name in gold. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to, call it a wrap on the conversation today. We've had two beautiful conversations around two beautiful topics. Till we come away again next time, please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day and bye-bye.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na dauka a waya
kamar yanzu kamar anan yana fili da bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada
guri ko ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai guri Sahara ya ce gurin kiwo Sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka kan ka sai ya su da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, dab da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada. Mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi sai su faru da mu. Kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta ci karfin lokacin gama. Ta yi nisa ta ci sosai. Ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati dai
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
si ndiam ayum kauga jaman dia wala so mazan dia timmi do e fu mazan ma jum hanju riwe be waddi be do yawa on bangi da yawa shi do fu shi sani wanda yayi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan akwai na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa zaka ga bala kayyana kai kamar 100 wato wanda suka bar nan wajen take kadan din ta sanadiyan wannan to ya kuke fama da baki
around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing even the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent, more often. I did mean that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to. They may not be there. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya kare ba gurin ki yau to shine makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawani mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravates existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na yaran da suke aikin shinkafa kai kana so ka iso wajen su su kuma wannan makiyaye kuma sai suka zargu a cikin gona sai suka zargu suka fara harbi sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu adda da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
to shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abin da sauran shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing problems from cattle graze on the town before harvest is.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai dade da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda a ce ba
kowa ya taka rawa ciki
gaskiya ne.
yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
koranta za su yi sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar ni muhimmanci
gona biyu haka aka ci gona biyu aka ci kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Ok, kana ka ɗauka
shanu sun cinye ne yayi kuma ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya ɗaukan hoton
da ake mutu a
To a tsarin mu na uku tsarin na ba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan. The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An karɓe burtali da sauransu. Amma a hakikalin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba za tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba za tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 da samu a cikin kwari.
Welcome to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Troops of the 6th Brigade Nigerian Army deployed at the Forward Operating Base Wukari have dismantled a gun-running syndicate operating within the southern region of Taraba State. A press statement by the 6th Brigade Public Relations Officer, Captain Olubodunde Oni, said the suspects are in custody and currently undergoing preliminary investigation, which is assisting the troops to unearth more about their activities. Subsequent interrogation and follow-up actions on the arrested suspects led to the recovery of one AK-47 rifle, one AK-47 magazine, and other dangerous weapons. And the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria has begun preparations ahead of the 2026 pilgrimage following the successful completion of the 2025 Hajj exercise. NACON Chairman Abdullahi Pakistan made a disclosure while speaking to journalists in Kano shortly after his arrival from Saudi Arabia. Pakistan expressed appreciation to the Nigerian government, singling out President Tinubu and Vice President Shetima for their unwavering support. And Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugar has said Nigeria won't cave in to pressure from the Donald Trump administration to accept Venezuelan deportees from the United States. Tugar, who was speaking during a televised interview, said Nigeria has enough challenges of its own and won't be a dumping ground for Venezuelan prisoners deported from the U.S. amid Trump's crackdown on undocumented migrants. And Governor Nasir Idris of Kebbi State has approved the payment of 2.185 billion naira as entitlements to former councillors who served across the state between 2004 and 2024. The directive was issued when the governor received the leadership of the Kebbi State Councillors Forum on a courtesy visit at the government house in Birnin Kebbi. This was disclosed in a statement issued to newsmen by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Ahmed Idris. And the Senate has called on the Nigerian government to rethink its approach to the power sector by ending the indirect enrichment of private electricity distribution companies with public funds. The chairman, Senate Committee on the Environment, Senator Yunus Akintude, disclosed this at the plenary. Speaking on the floor of the Senate, the lawmaker decried the current practice where government funds are being used to purchase electricity transformers for communities, only for the assets to be taken over by discos. And on the foreign scene, more than 500,000 Afghans have been expelled from Iran in the 16 days since the conflict with Israel ended, according to the United Nations, in what may be one of the largest forced movements of population this decade. For months, Tehran has declared its intention to remove the millions of undocumented Afghans who carry out lower-paid labor across Iran, often in tough conditions. The International Organization for Migration has said over 500,000 Afghans have left Iran via the Iranian-Afghanistan border between June 24th and July 9, 2025. And finally, on sports, Niger United's coach Yekini Adebayo has expressed confidence in his team's ability to lift the Ardova Handball Premier League trophy this year. Adebayo said this after his team's 21-17 win over Benue Buffaloes at the ongoing first phase of the league in Benin, Edo State. Both sides came out strong in the opening minutes, but Niger United seized the initiative to win the first half 11-8. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates out of the hour.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt, rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago. And there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down. The old building now came down and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, "Sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?"
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little work there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school. makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank the Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it will be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done, and then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something, and not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person. I'm not rich. It cost me so much, and but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
My name is Bintu Salu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, boy, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "But I would like to paint." I would fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes, you understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like recreation centers. Even in hospital, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can see. Yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release fund for agriculture, they release fund for education, they should release fund for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use, or acrylic color. You have so many medium.
According to Albert Einstein, whoever is careless with the truth in small matters should never be trusted with important matters, especially matters of state. Irresponsibility of power is what I'm talking about today. Saying two former governors of Rivers State have been at each other's throats since they both parted ways over their individual political ambition, it's not news. What, however, is news is how both of them have been outrageously disgracing each other on national television in recent times over quest for power and political survival relevance, you would say. In the first interview, our brother was asked, among other things, if he has ever worked anywhere outside of government. And here his response, that his wife is almost an industrialist. Because according to him, she buys and sells anything. I beg, I will ask, how does working outside of government relate to buying and selling anything? Have been an iron condemn? Oh, poor wife. See how her husband dragged her enter fight when no concern her. And come see how wicked with a loud mouth. They run like tap water the next day, dragging the woman like a pass by generator with Nimasa something, you understand? But I beg, tell me, how does buying and selling anything equate to being an industrialist? Anyway, maybe we leave the answer. Maybe Nimasa will come up with, a statement. Our new Messiah even went as far as saying that he's a poor man who was gifted a Rolls Royce, but refused to drive it and even inform his people, to look for a buyer. Then just that he didn't say he will give the proceeds of the sale to charity, as a new lover of poor Nigerians. So please permit me to ask again, what did you do for that person to gift you a Rolls Royce? Because who use an elephant set trap? Definitely, only God knows what he will catch. What is the job of the person that gifted you Rolls Royce? Now, so the person, they dash people Rolls Royce here and there. And how many people he don't dash Rolls Royce before and after you? Anyway, plenty questions you will say and let's answer. So, but however, let's move away from Amechi and move to his friend and brother Wike. Wike said his father was a wealthy man and consequently he was able to afford and actually drove a Mercedes-Benz as a student in the university. I laugh. The question I want to ask our minister, if your father was so rich to be able to buy you a Benz as a student, why then you not go work for your papa company to use this your plenty talk, expand that family business that gave you a Benz as a student so that the business can grow and be able to buy Benz for other students in the family? Abi, others know they forbid that. Abi, they forbid say, hey, they'll drive Benz for that family. Oh, well, I forgot. Politics money is better and could easily buy a Rolls Royce instead of growing a business with an uncertain economic future, if you know what I mean. But however, one thing is certain. His father's business is not the one that bought this latest Rolls Royce. He's currently using as a minister of a poor oil country. And also, he wasn't gifted by his friend, just like his brother Amechi. Sometimes I wonder, these people, they've been so used to government largesse and patronage that they think that the rest of us are so docile to reason or think. Well, they might even consider us capable of intellectual reasoning, but don't care whether we think whatever we think, because President Tinubu's desperation of power beyond 2027 is giving both of them relevance. Otherwise, Wike would have been long to be sacked. And Amechi thoroughly investigated from his days as speaker, then governor, and also minister for transport. As I know, somebody like Hadiza Bala Usman, who was MD of Nigeria Port Authority while he was minister, and maybe Chief Okoye Obono Obla, former chairman, special presidential investigation panel, would be very interested in that investigation and would also, he may probably have a lot to say. No, but seriously, because corruption is so prevalent and them no open some people book, no means say the rest of us no get say. So they should know that. Make them spare us all of this their sanctimonious talk. Just imagine if President Tinubu were not interested in a second term. A lot of people around him, like, would have been in jail by now. Anyway, I don't mention anybody's name or I just said, But really, imagine if President Tinubu were not interested in a second term in office and blinded by the quest for power. Probably by now he would have been able to take more tougher decisions, not minding who will get offended. Apart from the removal of subsidy on petroleum product and the floating of the naira, he would probably have been able to set the country on a new trajectory by decentralizing power and governance structure of the country, make the center less attractive, enable the creation of state and local government policing, allow every region the autonomy to tap their own resources and generate their own revenue and fix the economy, instead of this feeding bottle system where everybody runs to Abuja every month to share revenue allocation, which has consistently breed laziness, incompetency, and corruption in Nigeria. So just imagine, again, if truly President Tinubu has chosen to serve only one term, by now, he would have made Abuja less attractive for politicians by decentralizing power. And everybody will concentrate on building their own region. And there would be regional competition. And Amechi and Wike and all of these, how did somebody describe the APC, PDP, and ADC? Association of Past Criminals, Association of Defeated Criminals, Principalities, Demons, and Power, would have been so irrelevant, or, they don't even matter to Nigeria, because we can only break up Nigeria to make it up. And if they do that, if he does that, he would have written his name in gold in the sand of time forever, that he won't even be bothered about 2027. But unfortunately, he's interested in the second term. And that singular ambition has blinded him so badly to the extent that he has elevated politics of defection to 100%, while governance is at 0%. You can't micromanage a big entity like ours from one spot and expect it to work. Everyone will be working for their pockets. All of these, the gestation period and benefit will come. All alike will work. Anyway, make I leave Tinubu and his politics, because with the sophistication of the internet these days, the 2027 election will be determined by performance and record, and not by how many governors defected to APC. So they should know. I know a lot of you are scared to talk about the next thing I want to talk about. But if we don't talk about, our leaders will not learn. Because I'm wondering, what would make Peter Obi so comfortable in the midst of these same people he told us in 2023 that are the problems of Nigeria? Anyway, before you start to insult me, remember, this was the same Peter Obi who, without structure, was able to pull the numbers he pulled in the 2023 election with a hitherto unknown Labour Party, only for him to abandon the same Labour Party to some unknown Julius Abure and Lamidi Apapa. And today, instead of being the driver of the coalition of a new Nigeria, he's begging the likes of Atiku and Co for a one-term ticket in a coalition that is not different from APC. I just laugh. Please don't tell me that there were moles in Labour Party because some people have said so. You get where more no day for Nigeria. Even the presidential villa and the new ADC get plenty more. So if he becomes president and discover there are mole in the villa, he will abandon him. Well, I hope they give him the ticket, because after listening to Ahmed Dati, his running mate, if you believe that Atiku, who sees the 2027 election as his last chance because of his age, and some northern politicians who believe that presidential power is their birthright, would set up a coalition and then give Peter Obi the ticket, he will need all the prayers, jazz, mami water, and all spiritual power to pull that off. Anyway, it is politics. Anything can still happen. Just imagine if Peter Obi had resolved and rebuilt Labour Party from 2023 to date. By now, he would have recruited so many credible people into the party, and would actually be the coalition the ordinary Nigerian people, would have been sending shivers down the spine of Tinubu, Atiku, Amechi, Wike, and others, instead of running around trying to impress the same rejected politicians and the ones that our Nigerians are preparing to reject. So I will therefore advocate, while a coalition of good people is to put Tinubu and his government on their toes is necessary, the coalition should, however, be aware that most people are looking in their direction because of the likes of Peter Obi in their midst. And if they fail to give him the presidential ticket, then Tinubu could have, I swear, just be singing Allah Akbar and Hallelujah at the same time. And as a follow-up plan, why still hobnobbing with the coalition? Because that's a wicked style of politics, and Tambu already said it. Peter Obi should take practical nocturnal step to resolve the impasse in the Labour Party, own it, and use it to establish a coalition of the ordinary people who are actually looking for or to run away from the traditional politician, most of whom are coalescing in this new coalition. We must all understand that for Nigeria to be on the right track, We have to make the center unattractive, unbundle the structure, and let the federating unit work competitively, independently. Why pay taxes to the center? Failure to do this, if you like, no matter how many times we change government, now NYSC. Now your suffering continue. No be juju, I just common sense. Anyway, lastly, free advice to my biggest bros and Egbon, Dele Momodu. He should stop responding to Wike. He does not need to prove his importance or what led him to interview Wike to people. The tiger does not parade his tigritude to show that he's a tiger. If he were not important, Wike would not have invited him or continue to mention his name in every interview. We all know who Dele Momodu is in Nigeria and how Ovation Magazine put Nigeria in the world map. Unlike some unknown people with no identity or identifiable business, who only claim fame, who only claim to fame is because they drove Benz in their university days and only became known because of politics and government. So trying to explain to the world who Dele Momodu is only makes people like Wike more relevant because you go explain tire. Now after government, we go know who they relevant. So whether Wike they relevant or not. So bros, I bet die the matter. Anyway, make I leave it here, for now and wait for your comment, response or insult on our comment section. Feel free to share also. They say irresponsible power is inconsistent with liberty, as a government cannot subsidize irresponsibility and expect responsible citizens. So my face, no they fear your face. Now my face, your face supposed to fear. See you next week. According to Albert Einstein, whoever is careless with the truth in small matters should never be trusted with important matters, especially matters of state. Irresponsibility of power is what I'm talking about today. Saying two former governors of Rivers State have been at each other's throats since they both parted ways over their individual political.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Ondo State Police Command has denied allegations that it directed divisional police officers in the state to contribute 39,000 naira each for the deployment of personnel to Lagos State ahead of the forthcoming local government election. The command's public relations officer Olushola Oyonlede made this known in a statement issued on Friday in Akure, the state's capital, dismissing media reports alleging such directives as false and misleading. And the Lagos State House of Assembly has moved to improve landlord-tenant relations as the state's tenancy bill passed the second reading stage. During plenary, Speaker Mudashiru Obasa said the bill aimed to redefine the legal framework for tenancy agreements, rights, responsibilities, and eviction processes in Lagos. Obasa said the bill covers procedures for recovering premises and related matters across the state. And the Nigerian Education Loan Fund has on Friday an announcement to students who have updated their bank account details from digital wallet platforms to commercial bank accounts. A statement by the Director of Corporate Communications of the fund, Oshoyemi Oluwatuyi, said that development marks a significant breakthrough in resolving earlier disbursement delays. And the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives Federal Health Institutions has rejected a recent circular issued by the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission. The association called it unfair and dismissive of the role of nurses in federal health institutions. Rising from an emergency National Executive Council meeting in Abuja, the association said the circular failed to recognize the important contributions of nurses, who account for between 60 and 70% of healthcare workforce. And on business, the Nigerian Railway Corporation has attributed the suspension of operations on some of its rail lines to insecurity, banditry, and vandalism of its rail tracks. John Otivere, an official of the NRC in Niger State, disclosed this in Minna during an interview on the state of railway infrastructure across the country. Otivere explained that the challenges of insecurity and vandalism had forced the corporation to halt operations in some routes. And on the foreign scene, at least 25 people have been taken to hospital in West Baltimore following suspected drug overdoses. Officials from the region's fire department said 5 people were admitted in a critical condition, with others in a serious condition. The incident, which took place near a road intersection in the Penn North area of the city, led to the Maryland Department of Transportation closing a nearby subway station, while roads were also blocked. And finally on sports, Nigerian-American boxer Emeka Nwokolo will make his return on July 18 when he faces Puerto Rican fighter Jairo de los Santos at the Pechanga Resort and Casino in Temecula, California, USA. The WBA North American Boxing Association super welterweight champion has been preparing for his comeback fight against de los Santos, who carries a record of 15 wins, 2 losses, and 2 draws. And those are major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems. And it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks. And we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. and farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello and welcome to Lagos Voices, where we spotlight the issues, opinions and developments shaping the lives of Lagosians. I am Victoria Akonde. Today on the program, we turn our focus to the governance and accountability as the administration of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu marked 2 years in its second term. With a Themes Plus agenda at the heart of its key promises, how far has the government delivered on its commitments? From infrastructure to healthcare, education to youth empowerment, residents and policy experts are weighing in on what's working and what still needs attention. Now let's take a listen to what Lagosians have to say.
2 years into his second term, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is being measured not just by promises made, but by progress delivered. At the heart of his renewed mandate is the expanded Themes Plus agenda, a blueprint aimed at transforming the state through improved infrastructure, health, education, economic development, and now a sharpened focus on social inclusion, gender equality, and youth engagement. Since the rollout, several initiatives have taken off, from the upgrade of key road networks, the commissioning of rail lines, to the Ilera Eco Cooperative Health Scheme. These efforts have drawn commendation from some residents who acknowledge a visible commitment to development.
If anybody says oh, it's not working, tell the person, which state do you come from? Being your state, let us compare and contrast. Tell me one state that they have blue line, they have red line. Tell me the state. Tell me the state that they have good networking like Lagos. There's no state like that. Lagos is a small place. They have even population of Agege is more than population of some states. Population of Ikorodu is more than some states. Then if someone can manage those people in that state, then kudos to him.
To me, I love Lagos. So I wouldn't lie to you. I love Lagos because when it comes to security, maybe with this area I live at Allen here, Ikeja here.
Yeah, it's been doing enough. It's been doing enough, especially in terms of road network, transportation. It's been trying, but he should do more about it.
He's trying. He's doing his possible best. Things are not hard or like other states. So we are appreciating him, just asking him to put more effort to it.
Experts have also offered their assessments, pointing to gains in education and road infrastructure, agriculture, and security. Some attributed his performance to the fact that his predecessors have put in building blocks in place. He has alleviated the mass transit problem in Lagos.
Truth be told, because of the vast amount of resources available to the state, it shouldn't be too difficult to perform if you've got that kind of money at your helm. But I also believe that Governor Sanwo-Olu is benefiting from the fact that many of his predecessors, or all of his predecessors, had put building blocks in place that make it easy to perform. So look, he's inaugurated the train. Of course, the train was started by somebody else. It was started two administrations before his own. Then the last administration left it untouched, and he came back and he completed it, but he gets the credit. Now he's talking about fourth main. Even on the train, apart from the fact that he's inaugurated 2 lines, he's starting to talk about building a 3rd one. I think the green line or something to that effect. He's done the blue, I think he's done the red. He's now talking about the green. So to his eternal credit, he has solved the mass, or at least alleviated the mass transit problem in Lagos, to the point that the trains are now carrying several thousand people per day, which is taking more people off the road and reducing the traffic, reducing carnage, reducing traffic accidents. So that's to his eternal credit. Then he's talking about building a 4th mainland bridge. I understand they've awarded the contract. They've already started compensating people who will lose their homes. So he seems to be an infrastructure governor, especially where transport movement around the city, decongesting the roads of the city, seem to be very important to him. He's also put a lot of money into ferry services so that people can use the waterways to move around as well. Security, he has done very well in terms of making sure that he funds the police through the Lagos State Security Trust Fund, which he met on ground. He didn't start it, he met it on ground, but he has continued to support it. So I think even in agriculture, he's done well. He set up this Lagos State hub where people can go and buy reduced price foods, and his agriculture commissioner is very, very aggressive in pushing the fact that Lagos should be self-sustaining when it comes to food. So I think they are commissioning the Immortal rice mill either this week or next week or sometime soon, which is supposed to be one of the largest rice mills, I think, in West Africa.
Still, concerns linger around areas like the poor condition of local roads, flooding during the rainy season, social welfare, housing, and environmental management, which calls for a more strategic approach to issues such as waste disposal and urban sanitation.
I think he's doing well.
But there are some areas of neglect, local roads, inner roads. You get onto the main highways that are federal roads and they are good. But the inner roads that are state roads and local government roads, they are not so good. There's the issues of flooding when it's a rainy season. There's issues of demolishing houses that are built on drainage channels, that are built in wrong places. And, it seems that demolition exercise, while legal, doesn't have a human face, because at the end of the day, most of these people have evidence that they did the right paperwork. So some corrupt government official in a previous administration probably looked the other way and gave them approval. And the government now is saying, you're on a drainage channel, you're responsible for flooding, your house must go. So you look at the waste of investment, you look at the waste of time, you look at the emotional trauma of the homeowner. And I think there should be more of a human face when it comes to addressing these issues. Without a doubt, if a house is on a drainage channel, it is wrong, it should not be there. But there's got to be some sort of cushioning measure as opposed to just take your things out of the house within 24 days, the house is coming down, no compensation, nothing, because you did the wrong thing to begin with. So government has got to have a human face. I also think that social welfare needs to be addressed. There are too many beggars, too many homeless people. When you're in traffic, there are these little children that come and run and tap on your window and they're looking for help. And, so you can tell that there's poverty even here in Lagos. When you go to some places, you see signs of poverty. I'm not sure that this government is doing enough in terms of the downtrodden, the vulnerable, and the less privileged in terms of giving them some form of succor. I'm not sure I've seen too much by way of news in terms of this government trying to do anything about that.
Improving on the infrastructure, particularly road infrastructure in Lagos State. However, they've not done anything with respect to housing. And unfortunately, the government was trying to come up with regulations to regulate how private investors in the real estate can determine what they collect, when even the government itself has not built houses. In the area of environment, this is the truth. It's so hard for people to believe it. I'm not sure this government has done something in terms of the cleanliness and the hygiene of Lagos. That's the truth. Lagos is smelling. I'm a Lagosian. I'm a proper Lagosian, proper Lagos indigene. I'm not what is called an Atonriwa. So I can speak, and I'm not an idiot. I'm a proper Lagos indigene. Now, Lagos, in terms of the hygiene, the environmental issue concerning Lagos, you have not really done well. And I think that the last 2 years, the government needs to look at it. Look at what Fashola administration did. Look at what Ambode administration did with respect to the environmental issues, waste management, and the rest of it, so that we manage the waste and what have you concerning Lagos. In the area of education, the administration has done pretty well. But I think that overall, if you ask me to score this particular administration, I'll just give them average. I'll score them 50%.
For many Lagosians, the government scorecard remains a mixed bag. While there's appreciation for ongoing reforms, there's also a louder call for action, especially in easing transportation costs, boosting job creation for the youth, and expanding investment in community-based sports and recreation.
I think he have taught many areas. I think he should try. Me, I'm from Ikorodu. They are doing many work. Even Jimmy Benson? He's also working in Lagos. He's also working in Ikorodu very well. But we need somebody to also touch Ikorodu very well. Because as I am like this, if I enter Ikorodu, you will think I'm an elderly person. The dust is much. Although they are working on the road, though, but you should try to work on Ikorodu because we always give them all our vote.
Yeah, it's been doing enough. It's been doing enough, especially in terms of red network, transportation. It's been trying, but you should do more about it.
When it comes to food aspect, transportation, then jobs, because some of these are little. Some doesn't even work. We working are complaining. People that don't work, they have much more to complain.
At the midpoint of Governor Sanwo-Olu's second term, progress is evident, but so are the demands for more. As expectations grow, the coming years will be crucial in turning the Things Plus agenda into real impacts for Lagosians.
Welcome back. Earlier, we looked at the broader scorecard of the Sanwo-Olu administration, a mix of commendable strides and pressing challenges. Now, we zoom in on one of the most critical issues shaping everyday life in Lagos: housing. Not just the buildings rising across the skyline, but the real question of access and affordability for everyday Lagosians. Now, as Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu commissions 2 new housing projects under the Greater Lagos agenda, the state government is also working on a new rent repayment policy that could bring major relief to tenants. Could this, by chance, be the start of a more inclusive housing future? Let's take a closer look.
In a bid to bridge Lagos' housing deficit, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has commissioned 2 new residential schemes: a 378-unit development in Obele Oniwala, Lawansin, and a 64-unit 4-bedroom apartments complex in Olaleye Newtown Estate, Iponri. Now known as the Greater Lagos Apartments, these projects are the 21st and 22nd housing schemes delivered under the Sanwo-Olu administration. Built through a public-private partnership with the Lagos Building Investment Company, Mega Mount Investment Limited, and Crown Exquisite Homes, the initiative highlights the impact of collaboration in tackling urban housing challenges. The Obele Oniwala estate, developed on a former 3.7-hectare dump site, is a notable example of urban regeneration. Governor Sanwo-Olu noted that beyond providing homes, the projects have created jobs, supported local economies, and promoted sustainable living.
Very beautiful estate here inside Olaleye in Iponri, and for Spain, Surire, anyhow you want to describe it. You can see that this is Ikoyi inside for Spain. Yes. And people are enjoying in this Lagos that I don't even know that this is the level of enjoyment people are having. And it's really a very wonderful, nice neighborhood. And I'm truly excited that I've taken out time to come and do this official commission. And so we're handing over today 64 mansionates of 4-bedroom, each 8 in a block. And you can see the estate has other amenities. It's got a gym room, it's got a small relaxation area, and it's got a lounge, a swimming pool, and everything that can make communal effect work. It's an all-round, and I want to commend Exquisite Homes. I want to commend LBIC, and by extension Ministry of Housing as well, for all of the collaboration to ensure that we continue to use PPP model to deliver on housing requirements. This will go further to reduce the deficit in the housing. And I was asking them, I'm sure the prices are affordable. They said to me, my ears, it's affordable. In the other ears, they said to me, they have to look for money to pay. So we're praying that it becomes a lot more affordable. So the bottom line is that there's a need, and this housing estate has met the need of this neighborhood. And so it is therefore my honor and my privilege to commission and to hand over this unit of mentioned houses that have been drawn on the PPP model between the Crown, Exquisite Crown, Homes, LBIC, Lagos Building Investment Corporation. They work together and they've been able to deliver this.
When you look at what we have here today, it is a result of collaboration. Mr. Governor has always encouraged that we should not work in silos, that we should work together. From the beginning to the end of this project, we have both Minister of Housing, the LBIC and the joint venture partner, we have collaborated. Ministry of Housing has always been here to give technical input. And if anybody visited this place about 5 years ago, you will know that what we have here is not, it's a major achievement. It's not a joke, because the piling and everything that has to go into this is enormous. And I must also congratulate and thank the joint venture partner for bringing up this. Mr. Governor, sir, your effort in this sector will never go unnoticed. You have given us a lot of encouragement. In the housing sector today, under your leadership, we are on 22. And we still have about 4 coming very soon. We are not only serving the low-income earners. We are in Badagry, we are in Epe, and we are also in Ikorodu. As we speak, we are in Egongodo. And Mr. Governor has given us all the cooperation. This year alone, we must be able, he has given us that marching order that we must commission all those 4 projects I mentioned. And you can also see, just as we said, we patronize the high-end individuals, we're also looking out for low-income earners. And if you go to our low-income earners, you see the same kind of facility. Mr. Governor always ensure that you live in a livable environment. If you go to Latif Kadeja Konde or you go to Ibeshe, the same kind of infrastructure. And it's like we use this with the investment here to also cater for the low-income earners.
Here we have, here at Olale, we have 64 units of 4-bedroom, and so they are all in that class. Then, but at Obele we have 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom, all, and it's going to be more of, we ensure that every of our projects enjoys the 24 hours light.
Commissioner for Housing, Moruf Akinderu Fatai, added that the estates reflects the government's commitment to decent, eco-friendly and inclusive housing for Lagosians.
Part of our agenda is to key into the Teams Plus agenda to help reduce home deficit, which we have been delivering since the inception when Mr. Governor came in. Last year, we were able to commission about 2 different projects as well. And this year, by the special grace of God, we are delivering this mega unit. And we put into consideration the different classes, the middle class and the low income earners. So when we get to the other end, you see the other project which is about to be commissioned as well.
But while new homes are being delivered, many residents still face the burden of annual rent payments. To address this, the government, through the Commissioner for Housing, Moruf Akinderu Fatai, in a press statement, says it is finalizing plans to introduce monthly and quarterly rent payment options aimed at easing the financial pressure on low and middle income earners. The initiative builds on the state's rent-to-own scheme with ongoing consultations involving landlords and developers. Though still in development, the policy shift has generated mixed reactions amongst Lagosians.
The yearly is okay. The yearly is okay, because if they shift it to monthly, definitely those landlords cannot. If they want to calculate it, that means the rent will be more higher than yearly. Because now, if I'm charging maybe 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 1 million yearly, if you want to calculate it monthly, the landlord cannot tell me that they want to be collecting maybe 120 or this or 50,000 monthly. Definitely, the house rent will increase with skyrocket.
Well, you pay yearly, you pay monthly. It's the same thing, because they calculate how much you pay in a month and how much, that is, you added it, how much you pay in a year. But if it is It is better to be paying monthly so that you know actual amount that you are paying in a month.
Experts have urged the government to lead by example, suggesting that state-owned estates be made available on monthly rent terms.
How many people do they pay yearly? Wages are paid monthly in Nigeria. They are not paid yearly. It should be a national law. However, charity, they say, begins at home. The housing estates built by government, both at the state and the federal level, should be made available to the citizenry at monthly rates. Let them start it. I recall the governor was the head of Lagos State Housing Development before he became the governor. And our housing estate, which Lagos owns, which was started by Fashola administration, complemented by Ambode's administration. I bought the farm for Igodo. Sanwo-Olu was the head of it before he became the governor. The moment he became governor, they sold the property outrightly. It was meant to be owner occupier. They sold it outrightly, and it's coming after 6 years to talk about telling private investors in real estate on how to go about their business. The question you need to ask yourself is, even he, the governor of Lagos State, how many housing estates has he built? How many? I bought the farm for Igodo, Lagos home in Igodo. I still have all the details and what have you. Before you know it, it was sold outrightly. And that was not the plan. That was not the intention. That was not the policy concerning Lagos. And how many has he built since he's been governor for 6 years in Lagos State? You see, when government is coming up with policies, government must take the lead when it comes to this policy. Otherwise, it's like playing the ostrich. And in my opinion, the government is playing the ostrich in this regard. Because you can't tell private investors in real estate to collect money monthly when you, in your own estate that you build, you collect money outrightly. You can't also tell people that invest in real estate in Lagos State, where you have so many agencies, regulatory agencies, regulating how you build houses. In actual sense, the number of permits you collect, the number of approval, the number of agencies you deal with before you build your house in Lagos State is uncountable. When we were young, it was just one agency. Now you have multiple agencies regulating building in Lagos that you have to go through, yet buildings are collapsing. When we have LSDPC, buildings were not collapsing. When we have so many agencies, that's when buildings are collapsing. It's rather unfortunate, but it is what it is, like they say in modern times.
While some view the plan as long overdue, others emphasize the need for affordability, clear regulations, and enforcement to ensure its success. Combined with new developments like those in Surulere and Igbori, the state government appears to be laying the foundation for a more inclusive housing system, but its success will depend on effective implementation and continued stakeholder engagement.
And that's it for this edition of Lagos Voices. Housing may be rising, but so are expectations. As the government rolls out new estates and explores rent reforms, the big question remains, will it truly ease the burden for Lagosians? We'll continue to follow the story and bring you updates as they unfold. I am Victoria Akonde. Thanks for watching.
Well, I didn't know I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, you know, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, you know, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter will be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and I found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section.
So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids It has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Gorée Island or in Saint Louis in north of Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows it very, very, very in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Senate has urged President Bola Tinubu to approve a 200 million naira compensation for the family of a 2-year-old Ivan Omorina who was killed by a stray bullet during a National Drug Law Enforcement Agency operation in Delta State. The appeal followed the consideration of a petition presented by Senator Neda Imaswe, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions. Lawmakers across party lines expressed outrage, describing the child's death as both preventable and heartbreaking. Now, at least 500,000 people have been forced to leave their homes in Benue State due to violent attacks by gunmen, Amnesty International has said. Amnesty International reports published on its official website and shared on X describe the dire conditions faced by the displaced people. In the latest attack on June 14, more than 100 people were killed in the town of Yelwata and nearly 4,000 others fled for safety. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has reported receiving a total of 129 applications from associations seeking registration as political parties. The update was provided during the Commission's regular weekly meeting held on Thursday. A statement signed by Sam Olumekun, the National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, reviewed that 7 new applications were submitted in the past week, bringing the total to the current figure. And the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NEL) Fund has commenced the disbursement of upkeep to students that have updated their bank accounts from digital wallet platforms to commercial banks. This is contained in a statement in Abuja Friday by the Director, Strategic Communications of the fund, Oseyemi Oluwatuyi. According to Oluwatuyi, this development marks a significant breakthrough in resolving earlier disbursement delays. In the world of business, the Arewa Economic Forum has warned the Central Bank of Nigeria's new recapitalization policy for Bureau de Change operators could eliminate northern participation in the sector, displace thousands of small-scale operators, and escalate insecurity in the region. The chairman of the forum, Ibrahim Dandakata, made the remarks at a press briefing in Abuja, describing the revised capital requirements as astronomical and far beyond the financial capacity of most long-standing northern BDC operators. On the global scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has said he will impose a 35% tariff on Canadian goods starting on the 1st of August, even as the two countries were days away from a self-imposed deadline to reach a new trade deal. The announcement came in the form of a letter published on Trump's social media platform Truth Social, along the additional threats of blanket tariffs of 15% or 20% on most trade partners. Finally, on sports, Nigeria sealed their place in the quarter-finals of the 2024 Women's Africa Cup of Nations with a hard-fought 1-0 win over Botswana on Thursday night, thanks to a late strike from Chiwendu Yezo in Casablanca. The Super Falcons were made to wait until the 88th minute before finding a breakthrough in a match where they dominated possession but struggled to convert chances. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at the top of the hour.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi? Yes, sir. Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is angel, not Angel.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. The Central Bank of Nigeria has dispelled recent rumors circulating on social media about the introduction of new or hidden charges related to the bank verification number BVN system, stating clearly that BVN enrollment for Nigerians residing in the country remains entirely free of charge. The Apex Bank, in a statement released on the 7th of July 2025, said the clarification was made by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Akama Sidi Ali. Now, that's in response to speculation over charges linked to the recently introduced non-resident bank verification number NRBVN platform. According to Sidi Ali, the fee mentioned in the online report is applicable only to the NRBVN system, which is a new service designed specifically for Nigerians living in the diaspora. She explained that the NRBVN enrollment process carries a nominal charge of approximately $50, which is not a fee for obtaining the BVN itself, but rather a recovery processing costs. At least 10 Nigerian states collectively increased their domestic debt by 417.7 billion naira year-on-year, despite a significant rise in revenue allocations from the Federation Account Allocation Committee. A review of official data has shown. An analysis of the Debt Management Office's quarterly report on subnational debt reveals that Rivers State, Enugu, Niger, Taraba, Benue, Gombe, and Nasarawa raised their combined debt stock from 884.9 billion naira in the first quarter of 2024 to 1.3 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025. Now, this figure represents a 47.2% year-on-year increase, raising questions about fiscal prudence and the long-term sustainability of borrowing at the state level. It's time for a short break, but we'll be back with company news. Welcome back. The Nigerian government, through the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, has imposed a fine of 766 million naira on MultiChoice Nigeria for breaching the Nigeria Data Protection Act, citing violations of subscribers' privacy rights and the unlawful transfer of citizens' personal data across borders. In a statement, the head of Legal Enforcement and Regulations at the NDPC, Babatunde Bamigboye, said the sanction followed an investigation launched in the second quarter of 2024 after allegations surfaced regarding the company's intrusive data processing activities. According to the NDPC, the probe uncovered multiple breaches, including the unauthorized processing of personal data belonging to both subscribers and individuals who were not MultiChoice customers. We'll go on a short break now, but when Money Matters return, we'll be discussing President Donald Trump threatening to issue a 10% tariff to Nigeria for aligning with BRICS. I'll bring you details after this break. Welcome back. In a dramatic twist of events, President Donald Trump has announced that Nigeria will be among the countries facing an additional 10% tariff for aligning with what he described as anti-American policies of BRICS. He made the announcement via a post on Truth social media, adding fresh uncertainty to global trade relations. The statement coincides with the ongoing BRICS summit in Brazil. Nigeria was formally admitted as a partner country of BRICS in January 2025, becoming the 9th country to join this new category created at the 16th BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. And in a joint statement over the weekend, BRICS leaders indirectly criticized Trump's tariff threat, warning that unjustified unilateral protectionist measures threatens to disrupt global trade and worsen inequality. Well, now joining us to unpack the implications of this development is economist Akin Ogunshola. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Ogunshola. Now, Nigeria is barely 6 months into its BRICS partnership and now faces a 10% tariff imposition from the United States president. Now, I would like to know, do you think Nigeria's economy has the capacity to absorb the shock? That's if Donald Trump decides to go ahead with this 10% tariff.
Yes, thank you very much. Nigeria actually has the capacity to withstand this. Nigeria is turning to BRICS, and Nigeria has some outlined benefits that we're going to derive from the BRICS nation. China is one of the strong countries in the BRICS, and China has been, enjoying and encouraging us to export our non-oil exports to China and to Brazil now that the president just, went to. So Nigeria will be diverting their non-oil exports to China, and China will be benefiting more because we have lower tariff to actually export to China. So Nigeria wants to kind of diversify the country that we're going to be exporting, especially non-oil exports to, because the oil exports, that's crude oil and gas, they are going to be exempted from the additional 10% to the U.S. And majorly, the U.S., our export to the U.S. is majorly in the oil and gas exports. Others are cashew and some other cash crops that we export to the U.S. But China is willing, is a very big alternative for us to actually export those non-oil exports to. So Nigeria will not really feel it. It's just to shift our exports from the U.S. and move it to China and Brazil.
All right, now you just mentioned that Nigeria's economy has the capacity to absorb the shock. That you said it's no longer a shock, but then I want us to look at it from the various sectors that we have in Nigeria, that technology-wise, construction, healthcare, and so many other things. Do you think there is any sector in particular that will be affected by this? That's if President Trump decides to go ahead with imposing a 10% tariff on Nigeria?
Yeah, the sector that we feel this tariff most is our agricultural sector and the natural mineral resources that we have. Those are the two non-oil exports that we do to the U.S. Just like I said, majorly our cash crops and some other mineral resources that we export to the U.S., apart from the oil that we also export to the U.S. So U.S. is not a major country that Nigeria actually exports to. Is only that oil, just like I said, U.S. buy Nigerian oil very well, and the oil is exempted from the additional 10%. So if the oil is exempted, we have other countries in the BRICS nation that are willing to buy from Nigeria. They are willing to buy Nigerian non-export cash crops, mineral resources, and so on. So Nigeria will not really feel it. Nigeria will only shift their exports from the U.S. to other countries. But if Trump decides to go ahead to now also restrict, some importations from the U.S. to Nigeria, that's where Nigeria will now feel it so much, because we buy a lot of imported products from the United States. So I don't think Nigeria will respond by also increasing the tariff of imports from the U.S. I don't think Nigeria will respond to that.
Now, let's move away from the United States for a bit. Do you think Nigeria's alignment with BRICS would affect its long-standing partnership with other Western partners away from the United States?
Yeah, I think it will affect us a little. But I'm sure that the leadership of the country, Mr. President, have consulted widely and looked at the pros and the cons. What do we stand to benefit? Because China, who is a strong member of the BRICS country, has actually dominated Nigeria's borrowings, Nigeria's exports, and also importations from China. So China, in fact, at a point in time, Nigeria had to change some of our foreign reserve from USD to Chinese yuan. That's so much impact and so much romance that Nigeria economy is having with the Chinese economy. So Nigeria is looking at boosting our economy with the Chinese government. The Chinese have come in to build railways for us. The Chinese have come in to build airports for us. The Chinese have come in to build roads for us. A lot of things that are benefiting from China. So Nigeria is actually tilting to align with China, build strong economic partnership with China than the United States. And that's why we see Nigeria aligning more with BRICS. And then secondly, now we are now also signing strong economic partnership with Brazil, which is another strong member of the BRICS, which we have similar challenges, similar economic challenges. And then we've also seen how we can collaborate with Brazil to boost our own economy and also to support their own economy as well. So Nigeria is interested in the countries that is ready to do business with us. The United States and the developed countries, the Europe, they are actually well developed. In fact, some of our agricultural exports is being turned down because they said it does not meet their own standards. So we now look tilted towards other countries that are willing to accept Nigeria's products. They are willing to strengthen ties with Nigeria and also to support Nigeria in terms of importation as well. So Donald Trump's 10% increase in tariff will not really affect us. It will not really affect Nigeria, just like I've said, but Chinese will, we just step in and they will take more of our exports. In fact, China is ready to take all Nigeria's exports, both the oil exports and the non-oil exports.
All right, you've mentioned over time that Nigeria would not be affected if President Donald Trump decides to go ahead with the imposition of a 10% tariff. Now, I would also like to know what concrete steps do you think the Nigerian government should be taking right now to protect its economic interest while also maintaining strategic independence? I understand the fact that you've said that Nigeria will not be affected, but then what steps do you think the government can take to ensure that it stands strong independently?
Yeah, one good step that we can still take now is to see that the rate of tariff that Nigeria, impose on U.S. imported goods should not be increased. Nigeria should not retaliate. Despite that Trump is giving us extra 10%, Nigerian government should not retaliate. We are ready to still continue to import non-oil. In fact, we don't import oil anyway. Those non-oil imports, like the vehicles that we import from the U.S., like the machineries we import from the U.S., the aeroplane parts we import from the U.S., we are not going to retaliate by increasing our own tariff on the U.S. product. And Nigeria should still see how to also continue to strengthen ties with U.S. We cannot say that we don't need U.S. To partner with for our economic development. We actually need the United States to actually partner with.
So Nigeria is not the only country the United States President Donald Trump has been threatening to impose tax on tariff on. Now, do you think this could be the start of a new Cold War style economic divide? And if that's the case, what position do you think Nigeria should take in such a polarized global trade?
Yeah, Nigeria needs to be neutral. Nigeria will welcome any other Western world that is, having a Cold War with Trump to come and partner with Nigeria, to come and strengthen ties with Nigeria, to develop, our economies together by way of importation and export of oil and non-oil import and export. Nigeria will welcome any other, developed country, just like China and the United States that are in Cold War now. And China is willing to have a very good handshake with Nigeria. Nigeria will welcome them, as many as they want to come to do business with Nigeria. Nigeria is open for foreign direct investments from developed countries. So we will not take side in the Cold War that is going on in the developed country, especially from Donald Trump. Nigeria will not take side. Trump is just trying to defend his own country. Nigeria will also defend her own country by ensuring that we don't just accept any kind of substandard imports or, that will make Nigeria to be a dumping ground. No, we will not accept that. We will still set standards And these countries that are coming to partner with us in business, in economy, will ensure that they meet up with the right standard so that we'll protect our own population. Nigeria has a very high number of population, over 220 million people. So that already is a market that the whole world is willing to come and do business with, to have strong ties with. We are the most populous Black nation in Africa. So that is already an advantage to us, to the whole world. So the whole world wants to come and do business with Nigeria. So we will not take side. We'll make sure that we are open to any foreign investor that is coming in from any of the developed countries. Nigeria is open to do business with them. Even the US, Nigeria is open to continue to do business with the United States.
Do you think that BRICS partnership would lead to long-term growth for Nigeria? I know that's away from the tariff now. I know you said we can diversify our trade and investment to China, Russia, and even Brazil. But then, do you think it will translate to growth for us over time, or is it more symbolic than practical for the country?
Yeah, over time it will translate to growth for us. Donald Trump is just one administration that has just 4 years to spend. By the time government change or some other, government comes, even with Donald Trump, we can still do business. Donald Trump still wants oil from Nigeria. He still wants gas from Nigeria. He still wants our uranium and other natural resources. So our ties with the United States is not going to be shut down. It's not going to be closed. We'll still do business with them, and we'll still have strong ties with them. Just like I said, we will not retaliate. So if Russia, Brazil, China, they are also willing to do business with Nigeria, they are willing to accept our exports, if possible, even with very much lower tariff on our own, exports. Why not? Nigeria will go ahead and do business with them. The economy is open. We want foreign investors to come in. We want to increase our foreign direct investment. So it will not really be a problem. It will not really be a problem.
All right, quickly, briefly, just before I let you go, do you believe BRICS will successfully create a multipolar world order, or will Western influence remain dominant?
Yeah, BRICS is trying to penetrate the Western world. And I think the United States, they are still very much strong. If the BRICS, they are planning to, have a Cold War with the United States, I think it will not be favorable. We all need each other. The US need the BRICS nation. The BRICS nation also still need the US. So the US is a major producer of weapons, arms, and ammunitions, majorly from the United States. So, and the BRICS nation also are trying to produce, like Russia and China. But all this Western world separation, that BRICS wants to actually cause, would not be a big problem. The BRICS nation is just trying to see how to reduce the economic power, power that the United States actually has over the world. But in doing that as well, they also need the United States. The United States are known for peace building. Look at the way Trump is looking for how to broker peace between Iran and Israel. He's also brokering peace deals between Gaza and Israel. So we still need the United States, in the course of this Western Cold War and all that. BRICS trying to separate themselves. They don't want to use the United States dollars as a base currency for trade and transactions and all that. Yes, it's a welcome development, but Nigeria needs to be neutral in all this. If we are doing BRICS, we are strictly doing business with them on economy, on security and all that, because we cannot throw the United States away. We cannot really say we want to do without them. We can't do without the United States. We still need them. So Nigeria should just take a neutral position in all this.
Well, economist Akin Goshola, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. And that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can choose God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
According to Albert Einstein, whoever is careless with the truth in small matters should never be trusted with important matters, especially matters of state. Irresponsibility of power is what I'm talking about today. Saying 2 former governors of Rivers State have been at each other's throats since they both parted ways over their individual political ambition, it's not news. What, however, is news is how both of them have been outrageously disgracing each other on national television in recent times over quest for power and political survival relevance, you would say. In the first interview, our brother was asked, among other things, if he has ever worked anywhere outside of government. And here his response, that his wife is almost an industrialist. Because according to him, she buys and sells anything. I beg, I will ask, how does working outside of government relate to buying and selling anything? Have been an iron quandem? Oh, poor wife. See how her husband dragged her enter fight when no concern her. And come see how wicked with a loud mouth. They run like tap water the next day, dragging the woman like a pass by generator with Nimasa something, you understand? But I beg, tell me, How does buying and selling anything equate to being an industrialist? Anyway, maybe we leave the answer. Maybe Nimasa will come up with a statement. Our new Messiah even went as far as saying that he's a poor man who was gifted a Rolls Royce, but refused to drive it and even inform his people, to look for a buyer. Then just that he didn't say he will give the proceeds of the sale to charity, as a new lover of poor Nigerians. So please permit me to ask again, what did you do for that person to gift you a Rolls Royce? Because who use an elephant set trap? Definitely, only God knows what he will catch. What is the job of the person that gifted you Rolls Royce? Now, so the person, they dash people Rolls Royce here and there. And how many people he don't dash Rolls Royce before and after you? Anyway, plenty questions you will say and let's answer. So, but however, let's move away from Amechi and move to his friend and brother Wike. Wike said his father was a wealthy man and consequently he was able to afford and actually drove a Mercedes-Benz as a student in the university. I laugh. The question I want to ask our minister, if your father was so rich to be able to buy you a Benz as a student, why then you not go work for your papa company to use this your plenty talk, expand that family business that gave you a Benz as a student so that the business can grow and be able to buy Benz for other students in the family? Abi, others know they forbid that. Abi, they forbid say, hey, they'll drive Benz for that family. Oh, well, I forgot. Politics money is better and could easily buy a Rolls Royce instead of growing a business with an uncertain economic future, if you know what I mean. But however, one thing is certain. His father's business is not the one that bought this latest Rolls Royce. He's currently using as a minister of a poor oil country. And also, he wasn't gifted by his friend, just like his brother Amechi. Sometimes I wonder, these people, they've been so used to government largesse and patronage that they think that the rest of us are so docile to reason or think. Well, they might even consider us capable of intellectual reasoning, but don't care whether we think whatever we think, because President Tinubu's desperation of power beyond 2027 is giving both of them relevance. Otherwise, Wike would have been long be sacked, and Amechi thoroughly investigated from his days as Speaker, then Governor, and also Minister for Transport. As I know, somebody like Hadiza Bala Usman, who was MD of Nigeria Port Authority while he was Minister, and maybe Chief Okoye Obono Obla, former Chairman, Special Presidential Investigation Panel, would be very interested in that investigation and would also, he may probably have a lot to say. No, but seriously, because corruption is so prevalent and them no open some people book, no mean say the rest of us no go against it. So they should know that. Make them spare us all of this their sanctimonious talk. Just imagine if President Tinubu were not interested in a second term. A lot of people around him, like, would have been in jail by now. Anyway, I don't mention anybody's name or I just said, But really, imagine if President Tinubu were not interested in a second term in office and blinded by the quest for power. Probably by now he would have been able to, take more tougher decisions, not minding who will get offended. Apart from the removal of subsidy on petroleum product and the floating of the naira, he would probably have been able to set the country on a new trajectory by decentralizing power and governance structure of the country, make the center less attractive, enable the creation of state and local government policing, allow every region the autonomy to tap their own resources and generate their own revenue and fix the economy, instead of this feeding bottle system where everybody runs to Abuja every month to share revenue allocation, which has consistently breed laziness, incompetency, and corruption in Nigeria. So just imagine, again, if truly President Tinubu has chosen to serve only one term, by now, he would have made Abuja less attractive for politicians by decentralizing power. And everybody will concentrate on building their own region. And there would be regional competition. And Amechi and Wike and all of these, how did somebody describe the APC, PDP, and ADC? Association of Past Criminals, Association of Defeated Criminals, Principalities, Demons, and Power. Would have been so irrelevant, or, they don't even matter to Nigeria, because we can only break up Nigeria to make it up. And if they do that, if he does that, he would have written his name in gold in the sand of time forever, that he wouldn't even be bothered about 2027. But unfortunately, he's interested in the second term. And that singular ambition has blinded him so badly to the extent that he has elevated politics of defection to 100%, while governance is at 0%. You can't micromanage a big entity like ours from one spot and expect it to work. Everyone will be working for their pockets. So all of these, the gestation period and benefit to come, all alike will work. Anyway, make I leave Tinubu and his politics, because with the sophistication of the internet these days, the 2027 election will be determined by performance and record, and not by how many governors defected to APC, so they should know. I know a lot of you are scared to talk about the next thing I want to talk about, but if we don't talk about, our leaders will not learn. Because I'm wondering, what would make Peter Obi so comfortable in the midst of these same people he told us in 2023 that are the problems of Nigeria? Anyway, before you start to insult me, remember, this was the same Peter Obi who, without structure, was able to pull the numbers he pulled in the 2023 election with a hitherto unknown Labour Party, only for him to abandon the same Labour Party to some unknown Julius Abure and Lamidi Apapa. And today, instead of being the driver of the coalition of a new Nigeria, he's begging the likes of Atiku and Co for a one-term ticket in a coalition that is not different from APC. I just laugh. Please don't tell me that there were moles in Labour Party because some people have said so. You get where more no day for Nigeria. Even the presidential villa and the new ADC get plenty more. So if he becomes president and discover there are mole in the villa, he will abandon him. Well, I hope they give him the ticket, because after listening to Ahmed Dati, his running mate, if you believe that Atiku, who sees the 2027 election as his last chance because of his age, and some northern politicians who believe that presidential power is their birthright, would set up a coalition and then give Peter Obi the ticket, he will need all the prayers, jazz, mami water, and all spiritual power to pull that off. Anyway, it is politics. Anything can still happen. Just imagine if Peter Obi had resolved and rebuilt Labour Party from 2023 to date. By now, he would have recruited so many credible people into the party, and would actually be the coalition the ordinary Nigerian people, would have been sending shivers down the spine of Tinubu, Atiku, Amechi, Wike, and others, instead of running around trying to impress the same rejected politicians and the ones that our Nigerians are preparing to reject. So I will therefore advocate, while a coalition of good people is to put Tinubu and his government on their toes is necessary, the coalition should, however, be aware that most people are looking in their direction because of the likes of Peter Obi in their midst. And if they fail to give him the presidential ticket, then Tinubu could have as well just be singing Allah Akbar and Hallelujah at the same time. And as a follow-up plan, why still hobnobbing with the coalition? Because that's a wicked style of politics, and Tambu already said it. Peter Obi should take practical nocturnal step to resolve the impasse in the Labour Party, own it, and use it to establish a coalition of the ordinary people who are actually looking for or to run away from the traditional politician, most of whom are coalescing in this new coalition. We must all understand that for Nigeria to be on the right track, we have to make the center unattractive, unbundle the structure, and let the federating unit work competitively, independently, while paying taxes to the center. Failure to do this, if you like, no matter how many times we change government, now NYSC. Now your suffering continue. No be juju, I just common sense. Anyway, lastly, free advice to my biggest bros and Egbon, Dele Momodu. He should stop responding to Wike. He does not need to prove his importance or what led him to interview Wike to people. The tiger does not parade his tigritude to show that he's a tiger. If he were not important, Wike would not have invited him or continue to mention his name in every interview. We all know who Dele Momodu is in Nigeria and how Ovation Magazine put Nigeria in the world map. Unlike some unknown people with no identity or identifiable business, who only claim fame, who only claim to fame is because they drove Benz in their university days and only became known because of politics and government. So trying to explain to the world who Dele Momodu is only makes people like Wike more relevant, because you go explain tire. Now after government, we go know who they relevant, so whether Wike they relevant or not. So bros, I bet die the matter. Anyway, make I leave her here, for now, and wait for your comment response or insult on our comment section, feel free to share also. They say irresponsible power is inconsistent with liberty, as a government cannot subsidize irresponsibility and expect responsible citizens. So my face, no dey fear your face. Now my face, your face supposed to fear. See you next week.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello people, and welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, music, fashion, food, anything can think of entertainment. I got you covered. So before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. First on the list, we have Davido. Our own Davido counts down his anticipated white wedding with his wife Choma. I'm so excited for this because Davido just blew our mind up with his traditional marriage, and now he's anticipating his white wedding coming up in August. He has not disclosed the location yet, but we know it's not going to be in Nigeria because he says so. But like, everybody just excited, and he's like, oh, can August come already? Like, I can't wait to actually be finally done with this whole marriage rites and everything. But I'm so excited for the pictures. I can't wait to actually see Davido and his wife see everything up. So next on the list, we still have our own Davido. Davido releases stunning visuals for his hit single With You featuring Omale. Like, this colorful video captures the song's exciting ambience through the various social dance moves replicated by backdrop dancers. This video was released on the 16th of June, and With You becomes the latest song to receive a music video from Davido's fifth album. And this song is actually it's like the national anthem now everywhere. Like, it's beautiful. The fact that he actually brought back one of our old legends is actually amazing, and he featured him in the video. Everything is just beautiful about the song. With You is literally making waves. I think as of now, it's at 2 million on YouTube and it's still making waves. So last on the list, we have our Mission Impossible. Mission Impossible smashes 200 million just in 2 weeks. Tom Cruise's action-packed farewell to the Mission Impossible franchise has reckoned 200 million in just 2 weeks. According to the data from the Nigerian box office, the film debuted with a strong 123 million opening, just the opening, and over time it has increased and everything. So this movie, I think everyone should go see this movie. We have so many movies actually out now. Our Nigerian actors, Tony Abraham and the rest, Funke and everyone are actually bringing new movies. So everyone should go to the cinema and enjoy everything. So today we'll be diving into the world of entertainment. So sit back, relax, and let's explore the magic together. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. Here with me in the studio is Elsin Ake Adejumo, who is the remarkable actor and musical artist known for his creative passion for arts. He holds a bachelor's degree in dramatic arts from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, a foundation that has fueled his success in the world of performance and visual arts. Elsin has established himself with as a force to be reckoned with, excelling in beautiful exhibitions and captivating theatrical performances, with his God-given stature paired with his diverse artistic talents, which has allowed him to get a different niche in the entertainment segment on industry totally. Here with me is Elsin. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank God.
Watching your videos, I just used to laugh because you're funny. So meeting person, you're actually a very funny person.
Thank you.
So tell me about yourself and how the entertainment has, your journey into it and how everything has been. What even inspired you into it?
Okay, so first of all, I'm new into the entertainment industry.
Okay.
Even though many people don't believe that,
Okay.
I'm actually new. But for the fact that I studied theater art, dramatic art, and Obafemi Awolowo University, I think that paved the way, like brought me earlier. So I'm still quite new, and I'm still having some experiences here and there. So yeah, and what
inspired you?
Inspired me. So I'll basically say it's my dad that inspired me to this industry, because when I was still in secondary school, I was about to fill my JAM results. I said my JAM form.
Okay.
So my options were just fine art or music. But my dad just came and was like, "You're really good at acting. You mimic people and everything. Why don't you just consider theater art?" And he told me to pray about it, but God knows I didn't pray about it. but I would say God was concerned about it, because when he asked me, okay, what's the answer you have for me.
Yeah.
I just said something just came out of my lips, and I said, okay, I've thought about it, theater arts, because it has the three. I can do the acting, I can do the painting, my drawing, and I can also do my music there and everything. So I just gave him the perfect answer, and he said, okay, go
that's
into
good.
it. So that's it.
I
That's how
like
I got into theater art.
So now a personal question. Will you say your height actually or your physique actually had a role to play in all of this too? Because for me, you're very unique.
Okay. Well, my dad, because I'll say my dad, it's so beyond the height and physique. It's all the ability. So I think it wasn't just about the physical ability or anything.
Okay. So how have you been able to like balance everything, singing, acting, and painting? Like when I saw your work, I'm like, oh my God, I'm sorry, are you the one? You're like, yeah, you're there. I'm like, oh my God, this is beautiful. So how have you been able to manage it? Do you have times where it clashes at any point in time?
Well, okay, you said singing. I don't sing, so that people will wonder, where's my son?
Okay.
I really don't sing. I don't sing inside my bedroom, and that's
okay.
So, but I play the musical instrument. I play the piano. Well, I've stopped playing the drums for a while.
Okay.
So I balance everything. Well, I'm a man of my own time, a man of my own space. So I do everything when I'm chance to do it, because it's not clashing, actually. I don't think it has ever clashed.
Anything else?
No, it doesn't, because I have my own time, I have my own space. The acting, when they call for me, I know that, okay, I'm in this space right now. I just work with the moment, and I work with the space.
Okay, so now let's just say walk us through one of your acting scene or process like. So how do you find it difficult when you maybe trying to memorize scripts and what to do, or at any point in time, do you find anything challenging at all? Or it just comes within, like it just flows?
Okay, well, these things are in levels though.
Yeah.
So when I started, I had issues with like getting my lines and everything, but later on it got better, and it's still getting better.
Okay.
So I'm quite good with the lines, and I would say I forgot the other question though.
No, like have you ever faced any issue with acting and
no, not really issue.
Okay.
No.
Okay, nice. So what challenges have you faced with your physique in the entertainment industry? Have you had any personal role you wanted to achieve or you wanted to do, and you're actually not just getting it because of where you are?
Well, I believe in time, and I believe when the time comes, I'll get the roles I really wish to play. But for now, the setback is that, okay, people are still having this mindset that drives have to play comical roles, or they have to play the stereotypical roles, like comic relief and all those things. And I'm just trying to get into the industry and change the narrative
of everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, how has that been difficult? Or how bad were the challenges like?
It's not difficult, actually, because I mentioned it in a podcast. I see most of the people that gave me a job after that podcast said that podcast, and I'm sure they didn't hear it. I just said it to the universe that I actually want to stop playing roles like the stereotypical roles. And luckily for me, thank God, roles that came in after then were like roles that didn't have to do with my height at all. I had to ask the director, why did you choose me for this role? And he was like, I was asking him, is it because of my height and everything? He was like, no, I have a friend like you who is smart and everything, and I don't believe you deliver the role. And I said, okay, thank you.
That's good. So who has been your biggest inspiration in all of this? Like, you keep pushing and going forward in the acting industry and all.
Okay, that would be Chris Tucker. I know many. You know Chris Tucker?
I think I do know Chris Tucker.
Yeah, you've watched Rush Hour.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, the black guy.
Why?
I don't know. I just enjoy it. That's still my favorite movie. So when I was going for this acting thing, I knew that I would like to play roles like that.
Okay.
Because normally I'm quite reserved and everything, but he is very, very. So I like playing something that is like contrast, different from my own kind of being. So I would say Chris Tucker inspires me a lot.
Okay. Has there been any most challenging role you've acted so far?
Yeah.
Which is it? And tell us about it.
Okay, that's in Proposal.
Oh.
Directed by Joshua Peters.
Okay.
I was still in school then. I played the role of a father.
Oh,
Not just a father, a 60-year-old man.
Oh, let's say you're lucky.
Yeah, so I played the role of it, and I was just like 22, 23 then. Oh. So the age difference was it was a lot. So it was challenging. I was not getting it at first, but later on, and I wish I can play that role again, because I've gotten some experiences.
And you really want to go back to it.
I don't want to go back to that.
Okay, so do you have any specific rituals or like procedures you do before you go into acting, like what you do before you get to stage? I know like you have to rehearse and everything, so has there been any point you've had issues, let's just say forgetting your line on stage and trying to how did you go about it?
There's something we always say in the theater, boy, the show must go on. It will go, it will flow, don't worry. If you forget your lines, the other actors will help you. The show must go on.
Are you sure they've never been in a situation where you're meant to say something and everyone's just looking at who is meant to say it?
The way, I don't know, if you're acting with professionals, there's a way it just goes on. Like, the audience will not know. It's only within ourselves or professionals that in the audience, that are part of the audience, that can tell that, okay, because I do catch, when I see stage plays myself, I do catch some of them, but you hardly know, cover up for each other.
I know the process of theater acts is totally different from when you're actually shooting a movie, and I know you've played both roles, so tell us the difference and how you've been able to manage it. Is it something like sometimes you forget, oh, I meant to not back the stage, but now I'm back in the scene, so like just give us one or two.
For theater, actually there's room for practice. Like, you can go 3 weeks, you can go 6 weeks, you can go, well, the longest I've done is 6 months. I did 6 months last year for the show in December. So I was working, we're rehearsing from June or July last year till December. So there's room for...
And that was a stage play?
Yeah, that was a stage play. So there's room for you to like cook the role. So, but in film, no, I can just step out of this place and they will come for something. I should come and act it immediately and bam, you have to read the lines and there is no space, so you have to think fast. For movies, you have your mind has to be there. You have to be in the moment, just be
immediately.
In the moment.
Yeah. But will you say? I know one is more difficult, but let me hear from you. Which is more difficult?
Well, I would say I don't know which one is difficult, because
I would personally say, theater acts is more difficult because you have to put in so much to just a stage play.
Yes.
So what do you think about that?
Yeah. Theater can be very difficult, and film can be very technical too, because you don't know what the camera is saying. Like the camera sees through everything. It sees what's in your mind, but on stage you can manipulate everything. So I don't know which one is difficult or anything, but they are both different platforms. That excellence, you have to just achieve excellence.
Okay, so is there a dream role you want to achieve in particular? Any role you actually looking forward and you want to actually play?
Yeah, the role of is, I don't know if there's any word like single father.
Okay.
Yeah, actually I had another role.
Okay, just tell us.
Yeah, the role of a single father. Yeah, the role of something like what Chris Tucker played in Rush Hour.
Okay.
Yeah, like James Carter. Yeah, something like that. Somebody who's always disturbing. Yeah, I don't know. Contrary to
what you do,
I like things being there. I like keeping to myself, but I just want to just for the sake of acting, disrupt some things and be abnormal.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
that's
so
good.
Those two roles.
Okay, so let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Hi guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
I will show you what it takes to be me.
Right, but I don't want to be you though.
Huh?
Yeah, I want to be me, but with more inspiration. Yes.
Where do you think inspiration comes from?
But you said it the other day, Nyash. And then you proceeded to
explain. No, that was inspiration for the last book.
Oh, they're different.
Yes. Don't mix inspiration, no. No one from the other.
Okay.
This inspiration is the real one. The original one.
Okay.
Are you ready for inspiration to rain on you?
That sounds great, but how about we skip to the end of the chapter? Huh?
This is the last chapter.
Right. Oh, great. Oh, wow. Okay.
This is the final chapter. Are you ready?
No.
Do as I do.
Welcome back, guys. So here with me is still Elson. So Elson, let's talk about that particular scene. So for me, it's very funny. So wait, what was the storyline about and what inspired you?
Okay, the lady, I've forgotten the name of her character. She has been, okay, the title of the series is Manless.
Okay.
So she has been jumping from one man to the other. But she came to me as somebody who wanted to learn from me.
Okay.
Because she has seen my works and books and everything. So she wanted to learn from me, and me, I had another intention. So I was just trying to get my own. You can see when she was turning about,
Yeah.
I was looking at another thing. Or the character was looking at another thing.
No, you were.
Okay, so that's what the whole thing was all about.
Okay, that's good. So now I also saw that you do painting. Like, I'm sorry, I was wild. Like, oh my God, you drew this, and you're so beautiful. So can you tell us through when did you start? What inspired it, and how have you been able to get to this point? Just like a professional. Like, it looks like I can just easily just do one thing and you are done. So just tell us about it.
So I started drawing. I don't know what age in particular, but very, very young, maybe 7, 6.
Okay.
Yeah, so it took me a while to even get my own style, because I can say for now like I have my own style.
Yeah.
So I was just drawing, and I don't know, this story can be long, though, but let me see if I can
Yeah, just
shorten
say.
it. So I went to science class at first when I was in secondary school. I failed.
Oh.
Totally failed.
Oh,
so no, don't sorry about it, because it was a blessing for me.
Okay.
So my mom came home with the report card, because I didn't go to collect the report card. Probably I would not have gone back home that day. So my mom came home with the report card and she just said, "You're going to art class. Maybe you like drawing." That was your say. Maybe you like drawing. We'll create fine art class for you. So I did fine art. I was the only student who did fine art as at that time.
Then,
so
yeah.
when other people were doing 15 subjects, 15 subjects rather, I was doing 16 plus the fine art. So that was a lot of work. When everybody goes on Monday and Thursdays, because that's the time that is available for my fine art teacher.
Okay.
So Monday and Thursdays,
You
I
just
stay back after school and do my own class. So, man, the art stuff has been a long journey.
Okay.
So, and again, I got inspired by Laolu NYC. I don't even know him. So that's the style of art. The style of art I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got inspired.
Because it's very unique and you make profit from it, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. The profit is not yet coming in, but I'm waiting. I have them in bulk, so I know they will come in.
So do you have a particular, or do you have a favorite painting you've done, and how was it? Was it that challenging?
No, it wasn't challenging because of the story behind it, and it was inspired by the title of the work is Monster You Made.
Okay.
Monster You Made. It was inspired by both the 2010-20, that's October 20, the NSAS movement.
Yeah,
and,
I saw it. The monster. I saw it.
Yeah. And it was also inspired by Burna Boy song, Monster You Heard.
Yeah.
So I scratched everything and did it. I did it a year after the incident.
Like
So
okay.
I just did it, and it had a whole lot of
So that's your
stories.
favorite painting so far?
Yeah, because it has a lot of meaning.
Stories.
People still tell me what they see in the painting. Today, that me, I didn't.
You didn't see.
I didn't see. Like somebody said, the black and white line shows that both black and white people are going through police brutality.
Okay.
I was like, wow, I never saw it that way.
That's good, actually. I actually like it. And so far, how's the journey been? It's been smooth?
For art?
Yeah, no, for painting.
For painting, yeah, it's been like, yeah.
I say that you're loaded. You're like for acts, like I'm also an actor and I can paint and I can play. That's a lot.
Yeah, so.
You're multi-talented.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you very much.
So how's it been? The process has been good.
Yeah.
No major challenge.
No. Well, selling the works.
Okay.
I would just say that's the only challenge, but I give it time. Like, I know it will get better.
So how important is representing of people with your stature in the entertainment industry, or do you have issues when it comes to when they say, oh, they didn't expect, and how do you feel personally?
That question is like 1 million question in one.
Yes. I just wanted you to open up about how you've been able to be so confident about where you are and who you are.
Where do I okay.
Accepting.
All right, so me being a dwarf in the entertainment industry is quite challenging because nobody will think of you except they want to give you a role. Like I said before, the stereotypical role. So it's quite challenging, and I just feel it's time that we change the narrative. Just like I said before, and people seeing it that way. I don't know. People always see me as a dwarf. I don't know. I've grown up
to it.
I've gotten used to it. So
So
it's not really a challenge anymore. I just do my own thing and pack my bag.
So what legacy do you hope to leave behind in the entertainment industry?
Yeah, to actually get a platform whereby people like me play normal roles, not just the comical roles.
Okay.
I think that's also and I think there's a whole lot on me. Like there's a lot of things I have to do. There are all challenges that I have to face in achieving that. So I'm ready for it.
Okay, so I know you're having a show soon, coming up soon. So can you give us a brief intro, what it's about and how it is?
Okay, is it the content one I talked about or the show?
The show.
July.
Yeah, the one coming up. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it's a theatrical show. I'm in 2 plays actually.
Okay.
2 different plays. One is titled. How come I've forgotten the title? Hey, my director will slice me. One is titled The Reign of Queen Farah, and the other one is titled The Jewel.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's coming up in July, Eco Hotel.
Oh.
You can get your ticket at Eco Hotel.
Okay.
July, the second to the last week, I'm not sure of the date, the second to the last week of July and the last weekend of July, both weekends.
Okay, no problem. So let's go on a quick break to wrap it up. Right back. Guys, we're going to a quick break. Right back. Stay with us. Welcome back. So before we wrap up this session, let's play a little game. Just a few questions for 60 seconds. So garbage in, garbage out. So favorite celebrity couple?
Well, I would say Viola Davis and her husband. I can't remember his name.
Most outstanding day of your life?
Outstanding day? There are many. I didn't even know which one.
Okay, football, basketball?
Football.
Okay, favorite realization spot? Where you like to chill?
In my room.
So movies or novels?
Movies.
Okay, favorite city?
City. Ibadan.
Okay. Yeah. So favorite indoor sport?
Indoor sport. I don't do any sports.
Okay. Favorite food?
Favorite amala, atewedu.
Can you not tell me something different? So make sure something in your bucket list you like to tick off.
Hey, wait. That one, I don't know. Well.
All your wishes?
I'm so careful to say it out.
Okay, no problem. So if you're given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment for 2 months, nobody, just you, with food, will you stay?
I will stay. I've done it before, even without being
paid.
Yeah.
So imagine being paid. Now you will stay.
Yeah, I will stay. I will stay. There's no problem with that one.
It was nice having you.
Thank you very much.
So much. You're very talented.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I really appreciate it. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. See you next time. Your girl Queen. Bye for now.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na ɗauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ba
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka kan ka sai ya fi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanki.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na daga kwararowar hamada, mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan jari hamada ta riga ta cika lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma ɓangaren gwamnati dai.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaydam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to use, they may not be there. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan baɗi irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga wurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirinmu ana mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma ba din nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravates existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
makiyaye kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yara sai na tafi gun yara fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba, sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu.
Adda?
Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi, ba zai zama hannu ba.
Ok, shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa. Wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda saboda shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkafa mutane suna ci. An hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders whose cattle graze to town. It's done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12. Da a ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu sosai
ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ci kowanne a baya ina samun 30. Gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
The lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I pay me more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can mutu a cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai ya jawo gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun hakkare sun yi shuki da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Mun hakikalin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Seed
Farmers loans to farmers.
most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ya samu a cikin kwari.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can choose God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello and welcome to the program. As the nation commemorates Democracy Day on June 12, Nigerians are reminded to renew their commitment to democratic principles, the rule of law, civil liberties, justice, and inclusive nation building. Though the events of 1993 are now history, the journey of democracy is ongoing. In Nigeria, June 12 now serves as both a celebration of past achievements and a challenge to current leaders. It is a day to reflect on how far Nigeria has come and how far it still must go to realize the full promise of democracy. For many Nigerians, the true legacy of June 12 lies in the pursuit of accountability, justice, equity, and the protection of civil liberties. This year's Democracy Day holds more significance owing to the declaration by former military head of state, retired General Ibrahim Babangida, that the late MKO, that's Moshood Kashimawo Abiola, won the controversial 1993 presidential election. While taking responsibility for the events of that period in his book, A Journey in Service, Babangida admitted that annulling the June 12 elections was the most challenging decision of his life. Expressing regret, Babangida disclosed that if given another chance, he would have handled the situation differently. Now, the 2025 Democracy Day event is the third under President Tinubu, who took office in 2023 after winning a tightly contested election. Well, let's discuss more on this. I'm joined on the program by Abdulrahman Abu Hamisu, a political affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, what's your assessment of Nigeria's democratic journey in the last 26 years?
Well, I would say that our journey has been a mixture of challenges and a bit of retrogression compared to the progress I would love to see. Because for every journey, it's either a journey in improvement or a journey in retrogression, which means there is no improvement. And I say this with all sense of responsibility and as a citizen of this nation that love this country dearly.
In your opinion now, what factors would you say are affecting Nigeria's democracy and how can they be solved?
Shown that those issues are always exacerbated under democratic dispensations. And what are the challenges? One is lack of development occasioned by deprivation, that is equally a product of abuse of power and abuse of resources that is entrusted to the people that are leading us. And what do I mean by that? We have Vision 2010 under General Sani Abacha, after which we have Vision 2020, and then we have Economic Recovery and Growth Plan. Rwanda of yesterday is ahead of us. And what is the difference? The difference is simple. It's the realignment of philosophy that appeal to the human sense. And what do I mean by that? It is the reformation of democracy to serve the people, instead of democracy serving the interests of the very few persons that are supposed to lead us. In Nigeria, there is what I call misalignment of interest. While the Constitution talked about collective aspiration by working to advance the welfare of all Nigerians, in practice, it is not so. It is the advancement of the interests of the very few people that are supposed to lead us. So when you look at the budget and the overhead cost, what you get is the service of political office holders, from councillors to House of Reps members to local government chairmen, to senators, to governors and the president. It's about their luxuries and what they can get from the system. And this has led to abuse. So it has perpetuated the pursuit of private interest over public interest, which is responsible for almost all the crises that we are seeing under democracy since we returned to Nigeria. In measuring all the indices of development, I beg to disagree that we've not made significant improvement in the following areas. One, education. Even the allocation to education is dwindling. It is under this democratic dispensation that lecturers went on strike for almost 8 months. In addition to several strikes that has taken place under Obasanjo. Under Obasanjo, it was almost 2 years of strike, industrial action. And that is democracy that's supposed to promote and pursue the interests of everybody. Now, you talk about security. Every day it is deteriorating. Before the return to democracy, we are not even aware of what is known as kidnapping for ransom. We are not even familiar with banditry. We are not familiar with incessant conflicts that has to do with farmers and others. It was there, but it's not as pronounced as we are having it now. The rate of corruption that is happening under the democratic dispensation was not even there under the military. Granted, under the military, things were done in secrecy. But after the transition, if there were things like that, then it should be in the open. For instance, starting from the Siemens scandal to issues around bribery of the National Assembly that was prevalent under General Olusegun Obasanjo, to Mambila Plateau under General Buhari, and the siphoning of monies that were meant for conditional cash transfer. So anytime we are practicing democratic dispensation, either from 1979 to 1983 or from 1999 to date, corruption is always at the highest decibel that you can find. It's always loudest under democracy. And that ties to issue of deprivation and poverty. Anytime we're practicing democratic system of government in Nigeria, issues around rebellion, uprising is always rampant. Don't forget that it was under democratic dispensation that we had Matasini crisis between 1980 to 1983, before the military stepped in and arrested the situation under Shehu Shagari. You know, issues around corruption, go and check. Issues around housing, where the only unit that is burnt down in every ministries and parastatals under Shagari was the Ministry of the Department of Finance, Admin and Supply, because these are where the records are kept. And to escape punitive measures, when the military took over, the politicians in connivance with the civil servant burnt down account units and account department. Today, the EFCC is overwhelmed in terms of the magnitude of corruption, where monies that are meant to service the interests of the generality of the people are siphoned. You talk about security. Today, I think the worst time Nigeria has ever, not even the time of the Civil War, Nigeria undergo this kind of pains in terms of lack of security from north to west. The only geopolitical zone that is relatively peaceful today is the southwest. Other than that, almost all the remaining 5 geopolitical zones are battling one form of insecurity or the other. And this equally make us to question the assumption that democracy promote peace, build peace, because it thrives on peace.
Quite insightful analysis there. Now give us your take on the APC-led administration's impact on democracy in Nigeria so far.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, APC was able to do some few things that are good, and they are able to equally do some few things that are not really in tandem in the interest of the people of Nigeria. And that is the quagmire they've got themselves into, that they are trying to wriggle themselves out of. The first thing APC did that is good was to chase away the PDP in 2015. As at the time, the APC, in collaboration with Nigerians, chased away the PDP, it was a time that people were getting agitated, the protests were becoming loud, rebellion was becoming almost everyday occurrence, with every region parading their own ethnic militias or the other. I love what happened, because it really truncated the arrogance with which the PDP was operating Nigeria as if it was their personal property. That gave Nigerians hope. And the slogan of APC was change. Change, even if it means using whatever means. So even when we're talking about the quality of the representation, some people were questioning the credential of President Muhammadu Buhari, who was their candidate then. Nigerians were of the view that even if you never possess any school living certificate, even if it is NEPA bill is able to present, they are ready to vote for him. And unanimously, in partnership with the masses of this country, PDP was chased out of power to end that very particular inglorious rule of the PDP. And then the APC came out with a diagnostic report about Nigeria. And that diagnostic report, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the best things that has happened and that has ever happened to Nigeria, apart from the development plans of the 1970s and the Vision 2010 document midwife by Legend Sani Abacha. As far as I'm concerned, that very particular document is something that is still relevant to our context today, and if we hold dearly to it, it was going to assist us to develop. And what was that document? The Economic Recovery and Growth Plan. It was a diagnostic report of all the weaknesses there are, the challenges, the threats, and the opportunities, and what needed to be done. That very particular document gave rise to the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan. In part of the responses to the challenges that document unveiled was the establishment of NISAL that was supposed to support agriculture. And then it was meant to build an ecosystem where you have the producers of paddy rice coming together with farmers as well as off-takers who are the millers to do one thing, to ensure that we don't go to Thailand and India to import rice. And that really assisted in so many ways to bring about development. And what were the development? One, agro-allied industries supporting agriculture sprang up. We have fertilizer blending plants springing up across the country. We have milling plants across the country. Then we have the retailers. So all of these went to do several things. One, they generated jobs. The second thing was that they reserve our foreign exchange earnings. So we're not under pressure. And imagine if we do not have producers of rice under COVID, that we need to import rice, and then knowing that everything was grounded, there were not a threat between Nigeria and India or any other countries. Just imagine the consequences of that, knowing that Nigerians consume a lot of rice. That was one of the revolutions that I saw. But again, what is it again that they did wrong? Just like the PDP, under Buhari, a lot of abuses were condoned. Nobody was punished. We could do anything to get away with it because President Buhari believes that everybody is like him. And once he trusts you, you're going to deliver. And people capitalize on that very particular weakness. I call it a weakness because as a leader, you are bound to do two things. You keep and continue to keep the leaders that are doing right, and then you punish and continue to punish those leaders that are not doing the right things. Buhari failed in this account. And that was what responsible for even the abuse of NISAL, abuse of most of the policies, including what even Emefiele did as the CBN governor. And the repercussions are with us now. Now, coming to this administration, it was a renewed hope. And as a renewed hope, I thought that they are going to build on the achievement of the past by reviewing what was working, what is not working, and what needs to work, and how we can make it work. And what are we seeing? We are seeing abandonment of some of the things that made some persons, including some of us, to support Buhari then. We're talking about revolution in railway. Now, the railway master plan, which is due, I think, this year or next year, is neglected. Nobody's talking about railway. And we need railway to connect the various regions for economic activities. It's not for festivities. Just look at the connectivity between Abuja and Kaduna alone. It will tell you that all we needed, in addition to our resources, is means of transportation that is very cheap. When we do that, our roads will be safer. We will not be rebuilding our roads after five years because the tankers would have finished with those roads. That is what is leading to high cost of doing business. Transportation between cities. Production is very cheap. For instance, you go to Plateau State, you may get a basket of tomatoes for, say, 40,000. But to transport it to Lagos, you will need additional 40,000 because of two things. The roads are bad, which requires constant maintenance of vehicles, and then the cost of fuel that has skyrocketed because Mr. President decided to remove subsidy. And I see that as a lazy way out of the entire situation, because what Mr. President and his team needed to do was to fight the subsidy thieves, not to push the burden to the public, already traumatized people that are living from hand to mouth. So for me, that is a failure on the part of this very particular administration. the Nisal revolution was a good thing, because if there was anything that was siphoning our resources, especially our foreign exchange earning, it was because we are dependent on others for our needs, especially rice. So at a point in time, we were borrowing money to import rice. But with the Nisal revolution, at the last count, we have more than 6 million companies in Niger State alone that are made it. Today, you have rice that are locally milled that can compete with those that are coming from Taiwan. And if you look at the multiplier effect in terms of employment and the amount of resources it has generated for farmers, for agro-allied product producers, for fertilizer blending plants, for transporters, for porters that are even carrying it on their head to either load and offload, you will now realize the multiplier effect and the people that have gotten employed directly or indirectly. Then when you connect that to the railway revolution, and then you see the corridor that we're talking about, where you have a linkage between Enugu and Maiduguri, and cutting across almost 13 states in the north. And then you have from southwest, direct to Kano, passing through the Middle Belt, branching to Plateau. Now you come to realize that we will be well connected and goods can move seamlessly at a very cheap rate from one part of the country that they have it in abundance to another part of the country that is not having it in abundance. I feel that what they needed to do was, one, to review the economic recovery and growth plan, the ease of doing business drive of the government back then, and then the Nisal revolution and other things that the government was doing, just the way they revised the conditional cash transfer, and they are now tilting it towards a skill acquisition. I think that is what needed to be done. Then one of the things that the current government has done that I like is punishing officials that deserve to be punished. If you are found wanting, pending the outcome of investigation, you are asked to go. We saw what happened with Beta Edu and others. That is one good thing that the government is doing. But again, the last one that the government is doing that I do not like, which I personally was against under Obasanjo regime, Muhammad Buhari did not do it. Former President Bello Jonathan did not do it because he never made it a one-party affair where everybody must become the ruling party member before you know that you are doing something worthwhile. Democracy thrives on opposing views. It's about discussion. It's about point of opinion. It's about disagreement. It's not all about agreement all the time. It's about saying that we can do it differently. I think that is the appeal democracy holds. PDP was doing it their own way, and APC came to say we can do it differently, and they acquired power. And if everybody will have to coerce everybody in a subtle form or in whatever form to join the ruling party, I don't think APC will be able to dislodge PDP in 2015. So it shouldn't be about dislodging. It should be about what you are doing to satisfy the needs and aspirations of the people. And for the little I know, it is not all about elites in terms of retaining power or losing power. It's about the voting rights of the people and guaranteeing that the voting right of the people and ensuring that the vote of the people counts if you want peace and progress.
Now, you would recall that earlier this year, former military head of state Babangida revealed in his book, A Journey in Service, that the man who symbolizes the declaration of June 12 as Democracy Day, that MK Abiola won the controversial presidential election back in 1993. Babangida then expressed regret over his actions back then and of nullifying that election. How significant is that confession in the history of Nigeria's democracy?
It was not something new, and that he needed to take full responsibility was not something new. It is something that we already know right from when it was announced. Well, I wanted to say something, and I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility. Assuming President Olusegun Obasanjo never became president of Nigeria, we would be saying that he's the best president Nigeria never had. We will still say the same thing of former former President Goodluck Jonathan or Yaradua or Buhari, especially Buhari, because Buhari was in the top for almost 20 years, doing all he could to become the president of Nigeria. And a lot of people, including yours sincerely, believe that with him, Nigeria was going to change. But I come to realize over so many years of reflections, going back to 1922, when the principle of elective positions were introduced into Nigeria, an election was introduced as the means to recruit leaders. And I've come to this conclusion that democracy in itself, what it entails, and the principles upon which it is built, is highly destructive of societies. You need a strong man to be able to do the job. And we thought that Obasanjo was a strong man, but democracy demystified him. Because at a point in time, the same Obasanjo that was able to wield power and hold Nigeria together between 1975, when General Murtala was assassinated, and then he came on board to 1979. The same Obasanjo was not able to replicate the things that he was able to do in 2009 to 1999, sorry, 1999, I beg your pardon, to 2007. You know why? Because democracy thrives on one, individualism, which means self-interest first, before any other thing. Secondly, the consensus that democracy builds is not consensus that is positive alone. We equally have negative consensus, just the way we are having it in National Assembly. As a member, you cannot criticize your constituency, you cannot say anything, you cannot divulge any information, else you'll be suspended, because it's like a thief divulging what they call their professional secret. So democracy that is said to be about freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of association, is proven not to be free at all, because you cannot just say anything you want to say. Now, under Obasanjo, we witnessed the bribing of different arms of government, which led Father Ejekam to write his famous book, Ghana Must Go Republic, Happiness in Nigeria, especially the Fourth Republic. And that issue of corruption has continued up to this moment. Issue of Ali Burton that I mentioned happened under General Olusegun Obasanjo, Siemens scandal, still under him. Now, when President Yaradua came, we said, okay, he's a good man. He has the knack to transform Nigeria. But again, corruption did not stop under him. Sabotage did not stop under him. Then we brought President Goodluck Jonathan, that popularly was known as a very good man. And as a good man, he was taken advantage of, just like any other president before. And people were like, this was the first time that we're having a PhD as the president of Nigeria. What happened? It was demystified. Just one corruption case alone, the arms deal, where you have a whopping 2.1 billion US dollars removed from the economy and shared among persons. Now, this is just one case, 2.1 billion US dollars, just under one circumstance, fighting insurgency in the Northeast. So we thought that by the time Buhari will come, everything will be fixed. And Buhari came. And what did he say finally? He said nobody should blame him, that he has provided all his aides with all they require to do what? To perform their functions and responsibilities to make Nigeria great again. So the insecurity they're talking about, they shouldn't blame, they should blame his appointees. And I think in the long run, it was more or less like a swear word that God will punish those people that betrayed him. So he was equally demystified. And this is what was equally happening under President Tinubu. President Tinubu was referred to as a strategist, and that he was going to reposition Nigeria overnight. And under him, we still have banditry, we still have clashes, kidnappings, and so on and so forth. The infrastructures are not yet up and running. Inflation is the highest. These are the highest points you could think about. Poverty has increased. So what is that? So the question we should be asking is, what is that in democracy, to the extent that anytime we're implementing democratic reforms in Nigeria, we have increased poverty, increased insecurity and conflict, and then we have increased decaying infrastructure, and we have increasing rate of corruption, abuse, and poverty. Why? So I don't want to make an assertion that if MKO Abiola comes, based on the review I've done so far, it was going to be any different, because MKO Abiola is a businessman, and as a businessman, he's going to consider a lot of issues before taking decisions. And those issues, if properly taken, if it is not taken based on personal interest without much consideration to the greatest of this country as well as the welfare of the people, we still have the issues of corruption, because priorities will be considered not from the point of national interest, from national defense, from the well-being of the people, but what will enter the pocket of individuals. And when you have a democracy such as that, then be rest assured that you will never grow. And that is the bane of development in all the countries that say they are operating liberal democracy. Those countries that are operating liberal democracy that are progressing in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of establishment and thriving of new businesses, in terms of poverty reduction, in terms of reduction in conflict, those are democracies that are able to modify itself either from liberal democracy to social democracy to one-party state, name it. Rwanda started having peace when it went one-party state. When it was under a liberal multi-party system, there were conflict and crisis. Kagame had to stamp his feet on the ground, and then he was able to drive away those troublemakers. I am not seeing them as opposition, because opposition is different from troublemaking. When you are opposing, you must not destroy in order to oppose. You have to oppose constructively, bringing in your ideas and demonstrating how these ideas can better the loss of the people. If the people trust and believe in you, they give you their mandate to represent them and to do what you need to do. But if opposition is now the mobilization of arms, weapons and projectiles, then it is no longer opposition, it's now war. And in such a situation, even if I'm the president, I will not tolerate such happenings.
No doubt the government must ensure the people positively benefit from the dividends of democracy. Mr. Abdulrahman Abu Hamisu, it's been quite a discussion with you. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. As usual, today will be another interesting moment on the show as we look at one important aspect of sport. In the world of sport, how big sport it is, we know all participants and people that participate in sports don't have a particular language. It's not new when you see people from different language, different background participating in a particular sport. And sometimes there might be miscommunication because they don't hear the same thing. So, but there's one particular aspect of sport that has made it more interesting, and that's the role of language in sport. And so we're talking about the role languages are played in the world of sport, how it has enabled it to be like a smooth communication between all stakeholders in the world of sport. And more oftentimes when you watch global events, you see somebody speaking in language, another person interpreting in Arab, while the other person is also doing something little, something in French to enable the world to understand what is going on in that particular event. Like, for example, the African Cup of Nations, for example, we have the CAF Awards, and many of these international tournaments is where we see understand the role of languages in sport. So my guest for today is the chief French lecturer at National Institute of Sport. That's the institute that do a lot of things that has to do with sport in Nigeria. That's talking about Uka Medina. She is the chief French lecturer at the National Institute of Sport. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Tell us, let's go straight to the point about the role languages, play in sports, because I think it's a very, very important part of sport that a lot of people don't want to always talk about.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that the role of language in sports, it's for communication, essentially for communication, for interaction. I would like to give a brief history how French started in the National Institute for Sports for the coaches, and it's for all sports, all students. Before the French language came to NIS, coaches traveled to a French country. And there was an interpreter. In interpretation, you can add and you can remove. Okay. So I think it has to do with politics. Okay. They didn't want the coaches to hear what they were saying.
Oh, okay.
Maybe to please the country or something. So the interpreter was able to retrieve some information from what the real person was saying. So when our policymakers came back to Nigeria, they decided that our coaches need to have a bit of French language. That's the knowledge. You see, in essence, what we are saying, nobody can finish learning everything in a day. Okay. Learning is a continuous process. And so what we do in NIS is like, we teach them, we try to impart the knowledge of French in to all the coaches in all classes. Okay. Now, the essence of language in sports, it's for interaction. Sport has gone global. Yeah. And it's not all about the theoretical aspect we are talking about now. It's for the oral. Okay. So when you go to sports events, sports countries, countries where Nigeria is competing internationally with other countries, in order for our coaches to interact, to feel free, to be able to communicate. And that is the reason why we make sure that we want to start this language, teaching them French language. We decided to pick on French language because Nigeria is surrounded with other Francophone countries. Exactly. And so that is the essence of the French language, which is the international language. Though we teach them English too, to enable a coach to be able to speak very well and write very well. In terms of maybe after competition, you want to interview a coach, So he should be able to express himself very well. Another thing I would like to talk about, French is not for a particular profession to learn. All professions, everybody need to learn French language or any other language, especially when you are dealing with international level of a thing, because it helps you to communicate, it helps you to move around, to interact. You can imagine a journalist, maybe after a competition in a French country, he's not able to interview the players or even speak with the officials, or maybe when they go, they are not able to move around to make friends. And you know, sport is all about relationship again. You know, when you go to compete, you should be able to enjoy yourself, move around, go to the market and buy. You don't need interpreters every time to move around. You might even talk about bringing in AI, for example. Okay. You know, the digital aspect. It's not all about the digital aspect, because you can't be digital everywhere you go. You can't carry interpreter everywhere you go. So all we are saying now is having it in your brain. Like, I speak Portuguese too. Okay. And you know, the essence of this language has made me to move around in sports, in all African games. Almost all African games I go to interpret. And then when I go, my experience, everybody that want to go to the market or the officials, they want me to be going everywhere with them. And then players, you move from one sport to another to interpret. So in essence, what we are saying, when the coaches learn French, which we are particular in our institute, or the administrators are to learn languages, because in terms of the administrators in sports, you know, they are the policy makers. Definitely. And then you go to a country, you know, that is why the English countries are not getting hosts. They are not hosting sports. Let me just say, because by the time the French people are gathered, you know, there's politics in these things. Okay. And they gather, they take decision, they are making policies, and then the English administrator is not participating, because for you, you know, when you speak this country, you understand each other. It makes things easier, you know. So, and then they could come and say, okay, the host country can, a particular country can always benefit in hosting too, because you are able to like liaise with them, other officials, other administrators from other countries, to enable you maybe get the hosting right, for example, because a lot of politics are going up and down.
So let me, you well said. I'm sure all our listeners out there are really getting too much knowledge of what you just said. But what role, since French is in the National Institute of Sport, how impactful has it been in sport in Nigeria? How impactful? Where can you really place? Since we've been having sports and all our, we've been having French at the National Institute of Sport, all our players, our coaches have come there. They've really been impacted. How can you categorize the success of having French in the National Institute of Sports?
Good. You know, before some of our coaches come to the institute, they already speak French, because maybe they had played in French clubs.
Okay.
Because what we do in the institute is the standard level. Okay. Standard. When I mean standard French, it means you can read, write, and speak. Okay. But some coaches, they have played in French countries, whereby they coach just speak French with them, and you know, they learn the spoken aspects. They are able to speak, because a coach can be in the field and say, when he say kick ball, he can say un deux trois.
Un deux trois.
Un deux trois means kick, 1 2 3, and then you see them speaking French, excited. Bonjour, comment ça va? Je m'appelle. You know, all those stuff. So they might not write and read. So we take them to the writing and the reading level, which is the standardized aspect of it.
So it's not just the speaking.
And then it's not just the speaking. Then, you know, they are so excited about it, because they know that sport is international, is a global aspect of it, so that when they are able to go to international competition in French Francophone countries, or like France, France just hosted Olympics, they are able to mingle with their other counterparts from other French countries. And then, you know, like, I remember when the late Stephen Keshi, he didn't coach in Nigeria, but he went to other Ivory Coast, Togo. Niger, Togo to coach. So it's not a must that as a coach you must be in Nigeria and coach. And then when you get opportunity of coaching in other French country, I think one aspect of it, you really need the language to be able to make things easy there, be able to mingle with the people, to be able to impart your coaching experience to the people. Because I was in All African Games in South Africa. Even a doctor, when the injured athletes come, a doctor too, so cannot even attend to them. He can't ask questions. He can't take conversation with them because in essence, what I'm saying, everybody need French language. You can imagine a journalist, for example. You on TV, I hear them say pronounce Ballon d'Or. Very, very wrong. The pronunciation is not Ballon d'Or. It's Ballon d'Or. That means the vowel there are two vowels as E and O. So when you cut the E, its pronunciation is Ballon d'Or.
It's a French word.
Yes, it's a French word, Ballon d'Or, not Ballon d'Or. So whenever I hear
D should not be pronounced.
The E, you cut the article. Yeah. So it's not Ballon d'Or. It's Ballon d'Or. That is the right pronunciation. So it's a thing that because we have sport journalism in NIS too, so journalists can come in and do the program. French is is a compulsory course for all. Is a general studies course for all the sections.
Okay, but how have been the reaction of people to this language? Is it always a positive one, or is it something that people will want to reject? I'm looking at academically right now. Okay, no, in the first place it's compulsory. So it's not about choosing it. Okay.
And then people are excited about it. Because anything worth doing is worth doing well. Exactly. When I say I learn French, I read French, for example, I should be able to speak very well, read and write. And the pronunciation matters. When you speak, French is a very romantic language. So the pronunciation is just like, even if you don't understand French, somebody speaks very well and is so good in it, you fall in love with it. And that's why we say French is romantic. It's a romantic language. And then people are excited because since sport is a global language, sport is a global language. You want to. I used to tell my coaches, you are not learning, you are not improving yourself to go to grassroots sports, back to local government. At that level, you are to go internationally. Of course. And everybody wants to go to Olympics, want to go to international level. So it's about learning the language. It could be French, it could be Portuguese, but we are interested in French because we are surrounded with the Francophone countries. Even if we don't go to their countries, you can see the archery tournament that took place during the weekend. The Ivorians came and, I was the interpreter there, translating and everything. Then journalists want to interview them. They couldn't interview them. I had to be going up and down, interviewing all the players. And I was telling the journalists the essence of this language thing to enable them do their job very well.
Interesting. We go on a quick break, and when we come back, we still have the chief French lecturer of the lectures at the National Institute of Sport with us on the show. Don't go away. There's still more to learn.
Yeah, relax. That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now. Okay. Can I just see the IPO of this case? IPO, how are you? That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now.
Do you know the offense he has committed, sir?
What do you guys want for the weekend? Okay, let me see your DPO.
This way, sir.
Oh, better. You don't know who is here. That boy is my brother, and I want you to assist me to free him.
The man found the gun, confessed robbery.
Things like this happen. 200,000 naira for you.
Are you bribing me?
500,000 naira.
Robbery suspect?
1 million naira.
That is corruption. Not allowed in this division.
1 million.
Remember, police is your friend. Giving and taking bribe is wrong.
Corruption
not in my country.
Stop corruption now.
Corruption not in my country.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. Still 360 Sport, and we have Uka Medina, the Chief French Lecturer of the National Institute of Sport, still with us. There's so many questions you want to ask. You can join us on all our social media platforms because the conversation continues there. But meanwhile, you can drop your comment and tell us what you want to know about the role of language in sport. With the National Institute of Sports, why do we still have French being a core course there? Why do we still have low level of French interpreter in sport in the country? Why is there not so much of French interpreter that are fewer in sport in Nigeria? You have anything to say to that?
Yes. Yeah, before I joined National Institute for Sports, okay, I read French, so I came into sports, and we have terminologies in all aspects, all discipline. When I'm in sports, we have terminologies that are used in sports in French. So with my experience, I have to start learning the terminologies and lecturing French again in the institute. He gave me an easier way to get used to my terminologies, and I was always going for interpretation in all African games. I have worked with NFF, maybe in their competition, in Falcon. I used to work with every other competition, maybe if the francophone, that's our neighbors, come to Nigeria, so I can be in Nigeria, I'm interpreting and everything. Then when you talked about the few people that are interpreters in Nigeria in sports. You see, some people will read French, but they want to go and work in the bank. They want to go and work elsewhere. You see, they say practice makes perfect. When they say what is worth doing is worth doing well. And when you do things from day to day, you get used to it. I think that's the advantage I have. And then some people read French in the university. They can't speak. And that's why when you are on ground reading this French, you must get it right from day one. Though actually I studied my French in Angola from primary school, secondary school. I came to Nigeria, I continued in the university, did my master's in Unilag, and I'm doing my PhD in French again in the University of Lagos. So in essence, what I'm saying, I know the reason why I want to perfect my French on my job, because I mustn't be in sports forever. I have some few years, maybe like 8 years, I will retire from sports. I've been there since 2000. And then when I retire, I should go into other things like diplomatic job. These are my aim. So in essence, what I'm saying, why there are few is that it's good to develop yourself very well, and make sure that what you are learning it very well. It's not all about maybe we are in school, you start reading French, you are cheating. No, get it right from day one. I think that will help everybody. Then you read French, you should be a teacher, a lecturer, or an interpreter, or a translator. Not just going to, you say, okay, if you are in bankers, a letter can come, they will tell you to translate it or interpret it. And then another thing again, we have professionalism in translation and in interpretation. Okay. So it depends on what somebody wants to do, your aim, your goal. Or some people will think, oh, I read French, it's all about teaching in class. No, we can do a lot of things when somebody read French. Look at me now, I'm in sport. In sport, we are very unique because, like I told you about the terminology things, we need to get used. If you are in engineering, you get used to engineering terminology. So every discipline has its own terminologies. So
what do you think that needs to be done to ensure that we have more sport, more French people or French interpreter, or that space to be filled? You understand? What do you think the government or individuals should do to enable us not to? Because I realize that there's a lot more flair in the competition. They are inviting foreigners, French-speaking countries, and it's going to be unfair if they just speak English throughout. And we have about 4 or 3 French-speaking countries as participants. So what do you think government should do, or what do you think that needs to be done to ensure that we have more people that are willing to to get themselves in sports?
Okay. You know, I want to start with the policy making of language in Nigeria first of all.
Oh, okay.
Because Nigeria is surrounded with the Francophone countries, the essence of it is that we should be able to relate with our neighbors economically, socially, diplomatically, you know, and the cultural aspect too. So what I'm saying, I want to say here is that there are many people outside there that have read French. And so it's all about bringing, employing them, employing enough hands so that, and they need to develop themselves too. Like, as you see me, I'm a member of UFTAN, that is the University Lecturers Association in Nigeria. Okay. And we go to train the trainer. The French people come and pick us, they train us. We are always having program with the French embassy. French embassy, you know, there's this course, they say, French up your career. When I mean French up your career, that means you can be a journalist, you can be an engineer, you can be a doctor.
But
you French up your career, because one day, or a certain job could come, they will tell you, in CAF, for example, French is a main language in CAF.
Yeah.
These days, when you want to get job, a coach want to get job in CAF, in FIFA, they will tell you, they will interview you in French. So French is for everybody. Just get the basic of it. Nobody is saying, like me now, I'm doing PhD in French. No, I'm not. Nobody is saying you should go to that learn. But you know, a daily conversation on it.
On it can
that somebody will ask you, comment tu t'appelles? You cannot say ça va. It has to be je m'appelle. You know, these are Willow Lobombason. Comment tu t'appelles? Je m'appelle. So everybody need the basic.
Okay.
And then they teach them everywhere. You can have French village where they teach French. They do professional programs there. You can even learn French on your AI, Duolingo. Many aspects, this is that one can you sit on your own. It teaches you. It gives you a quiz. You are able to answer it, and you know you are learning. And then you practice it. Practice makes perfect. What you have learned, go about everywhere in reading. Even if you are not getting it right, people will laugh at you, but don't be discouraged. Keep training yourself, and you know that you have a knowledge of it. It's all about interest.
It's all about interest. Since sports is everywhere in the world, we have sport. There's sport in Portuguese, there's sport in French, there's sport in the Arab world. Now that the Arab world is doing so much to involve them in sport, this is the best time that we should have sport persons. You can also be an interpreter, not just an interpreter, you can also be a French writer in the world of sport, because I think, according to statistics, French is among the leading language in the world.
Yes.
And you cannot shy away from it.
Yes, the number of countries that speak French, based on my research work, I've written a lot of publications on that, is more than Portuguese countries.
Okay.
And that is why CAF, FIFA has picked that language. And you know, it's the language of the Olympics.
Of course, the language of French is available for them.
And so that is the reason.
So what other areas that on a more personal level that the government also needs to do as we round up the show?
Good.
That the government also needs to do, because I know there's a French, should I call it French village, but there's a French center in Via Denuga.
Yes.
Yeah. What is that? Does that also involve somebody that also wants to learn sports to be there? Or what's the role of that French center?
Okay. They have one in Yaba too.
Okay.
Then in all over Nigeria, they have in Kano, in Port Harcourt, that's Alliance Française.
Alliance Française.
Now, for this, you mustn't be a sports person before you learn French. You can learn it on your own, and that's why I'm saying it covers all in discipline. A doctor can learn French. You can learn it on your own. It's just like somebody going to learn hair, baking during holiday. You take interest in learning because one day you will need it. One day, maybe it could be a job opportunity at international level. They will tell you, do you have French knowledge, basic knowledge, just a basic knowledge. Then you can know, somebody can do a lot of it. You can have a bilingual secretary. A bilingual secretary, even people that work in the hotel, visitors can, foreigners can come to a hotel. So I encourage every person to learn French. And it doesn't take anything. It just, in those days when I was learning French, they say your basket, that your brain. Now you keep it by the side. As you are learning small vocabulary, you'll be putting it.
Oh, okay.
You drop. You know, the ones you've learned, you won't go back there.
Okay.
You drop it. So as then you practice what you have learned. Before you know, you go far away. And with 3 months, you can learn and speak. Only 3 months is enough.
Oh, okay.
So after that 3 months, you must have gotten the basics. Then you continue. Like nobody finished learning. Even me, as I'm sitting here, there are vocabularies I might not know. I go check them in the dictionary or something. Yeah.
That's it for today's program. We want our guests to say one or two things in French. I mean, perhaps ending the program in French.
Okay.
So it's good to have you on the show. Hope we'll get to you more time.
Maybe I should speak with you, then see whether you can answer. Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour. You say bonjour.
Bonjour. Okay, bonjour. Good morning, right? Bonjour.
Comment ça va?
Ça va bien, merci.
Comment vous appelez-vous?
Je m'appelle.
Good.
Je m'appelle Mudashi.
Good. I've marked you good. Now, if I want to grade you, you speak French. And then we can now go to continue, develop it more vocabulary. So I wouldn't rate you that you don't know French. If I'm to rate you now, I will score you.
I have some French books
I will
at home
score you
in my
C.
bookshelf.
Yes.
I will go clean them
And
up.
then one thing about the books you are talking about, you know, what you see is not what you pronounce. So I encourage you. I have a book that I put it in audio. As you look from page 1 to the end, as you are looking at the pages, it will be the audio will be pronouncing what you are saying.
Oh, okay.
And then at standard level, I want you to learn how to write what you are speaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Merci bien. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Oui, enchanté.
Okay,
Enchanté means nice meeting you.
Okay, enchanté.
Oui, merci.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Unfortunately, that's the end of this program. I'll say a big thank you to our fans.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mrs. Medina, for being part of
Thank you
today's show.
so much for inviting me here.
And that's a wrap for today's show. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Merci.
Merci.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Hello and welcome. The race to Nigeria's 2027 elections is heating up with, of course, the once marginal African Democratic Congress, ADC, now serving as the opposition coalition's temporary platform. But internal divisions are already threatening its momentum as party factions allege due process was ignored and warn of a possible hijack. Power struggles and legal concerns now cloud the coalition's future just days after its launch. Now, for context, the African Democratic Congress, founded in 2005 as a reformist alternative in Nigeria's political space, was envisioned as a vehicle for issue-based, people-centered governance. For over a decade, the party maintained a relatively modest national presence until 2018, when it gained brief prominence following a merger with former President Olusegun Obasanjo's Coalition for Nigeria movement. Despite the attention, meaningful electoral breakthroughs remained out of reach. And in July 2025, the ADC returned to the national spotlight. At a strategic meeting in Abuja, prominent opposition figures, including Atiku Abubakar, the former vice president of the country,